key highlights of this new model is that the government linked the process of placement of our students to higher learning institutions from funding with effect from this year placement cycle.
On a sad note, 15 more bodies were recovered at Shakahola forest, raising the death toll to 227. Coast Regional Commissioner Ruto says one person was rescued, 31 arrested, and 611 are still missing.
Na ile timu ambayo inahusika kwa kuwatafuta wenzetu pale kichakani imeweza kumwokoa mwanaume mtu mzima akiwa kwa hali mzuri. Ile timu ambayo inahusika kwa mambo ya kufukua mili imeweza kufukua mili 15, na pia ile timu yetu ya kutafuta watu pale kichakani imeweza kupata mwili moja. Wale ambao tumeweza kuwakamata bado wanabaki 31.
And the government will provide a NHIF medical cover for police reservists to ensure their well-being and caution them against hospital bills in case of injuries. Speaking while touring the Nairobi camp in Laikipia North constituency, Interior CS Kithure Kindiki also announced a dusk to dawn curfew extension in the North Rift.
I know it is a challenging job. We have even lost officers in the process of this operation, so it's not easy. But we also want in a small way to be able to address your welfare and make sure we appreciate you. And once the list is done, we will process. And I think the right announcement will be made by IG through the DIG, who is here on his behalf.
Now, Health CS Susan Nakhumicha has disclosed that she won't spare any government official in the fight against corruption in the ministry. Nakhumicha has further disclosed that her attempts to have the EACC investigate malpractices at KEMSA were thwarted by some officials. EACC chairperson David Oginda, on his part, has promised to ensure those found culpable will be punished according to the law.
Last week on Thursday, immediately after the release of that report, I did write to EACC and asked them to come and investigate. And when I was speaking to Twalib on Monday on WhatsApp, asking him whether he has received my letter, he said he hadn't. And that is how corruption fights back in this country.
We have received this report, as the CS mentioned, and we are working on it. We have a whole investigative department that is going to look at where were the loopholes, what were the things that happened, who are the culpable people. Then we'll forward their names with the relevant evidence to the DPP for further action.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the situation room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again. Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say, you cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Thursday. All right, what are we looking at here? Thursday seems to be starting off all right. A little bit of traffic that started to build up on the Thika Superhighway. It's going to take you into the CBD without too much of an issue right now. We'll definitely see that pack up later. All right, let's take a look at what's then going on Kiambu Road. You should be fine for now. Now is the time to make your great escape from Kiambu Road before it gets crazy. Jogo Road started building up a while ago, and we'll see some traffic there for some time, getting out towards Landis and then in through towards Kamkunji. A little bit of traffic starting to build up on Gong Road. Mombasa Road looks all right for now. That construction that was taking place yesterday seems to have fizzled out for the moment. It looks like Thursday will not be too bad to traverse in terms of traffic. Where are you this morning? Getting out towards your duties, going to school, going to work, getting things done in terms of business. Be safe wherever you are on the roads this morning, and let us know what you see. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Spice FM, Malindi. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Good morning.
This is The Situation Room.
The clock has gone 9 minutes after 6 o'clock on Thursday, the what? The 18th of May, 2023. How are you doing today? Karibu sana to a brand new morning. City, good morning.
Good morning, do.
How are thou?
I art fine.
How about it? What's a thou and thine and thee? So now when you're answering for yourself, it's still me and mine.
Well,
Abi?
I guess it is. Yes. Because that old English, yes, you raise a pertinent question. Because it was the second person, thee, thou, and myself.
Me, mine. Abi?
Yes. Yes. And it isn't thine.
It is not thine?
No, thine is something else.
Okay.
And how are you doing?
I'm fine.
It is rather cold.
It is cold.
Am I imagining this, or is it really cold?
It's actually cold. I think the temperatures are dropping earlier this year. We're getting into the June-July season where it's very, very cold, isn't it? And this is now the telltale signs of that period. Mid-May, end of the month, and then getting into June, July. The cold weather is a-coming.
I don't want to pretend I understand any of those things. I used to.
You don't remember? I
don't. It's cold seasons, long rains, short rains. I honestly have no clue.
I just remember the cold season, specifically because my children were born in the cold season, all of them. I say that like I have 9 children, but no. I'm just saying that they were born in the cold season, so I don't forget this time of the year, because it was blastingly cold. Okay, it will be time to get a cuppa, warm, hot tea this morning. I'll tell you a little bit about what teas are available. We are serving the tea today. Maybe some masala. I see some masala chai. We'll do that for you. Give you the details about that later. Thank you for joining us this morning. Karibu sana and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu and CT with you today. Eric Latif is on a sojourn. He will be back with us soon. In the meantime, we continue with Kenya's biggest conversations. Our live streams are up on YouTube and Facebook. So join us there and we'll say hello to you in a minute. Before that, let me tell you what we'll be talking about today. It's Thursday, so it's Justice Thursday, and we'll be having a conversation all about bail and bond. What is bail? What is bond? When do you get bail? When do you get bond? How do they decide what you pay for bail and what you pay or not pay for bond? What do they actually mean? And the Honourable Catherine Burrow, will be joining us this morning to have that conversation at 7. At 8 o'clock, affordable housing has almost become a buzzword. Affordable housing, what exactly does it mean? And how is Kenya going to be able to achieve affordable housing? How is the government, how is everybody who lives here going to be able to realize affordable housing? The Principal Secretary in the State Department of Housing and Urban Development, our good friend P.S. Charles Hinga, will be with us at 8 o'clock. All right, KEMSA, it seems to be a mess. Seems that there has been a mess over time. Hundreds of millions of shillings having disappeared down some rabbit hole. And the most recent that we've seen in the last couple of days, staring us at the face. We will have a conversation about that. Member of Parliament for Webuye East, Honourable Martin Pepela, will join us at 9 o'clock. He's also a member of the National Assembly Health Committee. And we'll have a discussion about whether the new head honchos at KEMSA will be able to sort out the mess. That is what our conversations will look like for today. So join us on those. We're going to come in a bit and take a look at what's happening with the weather and to say hello to you as we start the conversation and start the day. Sawa. So karibuni sana, and as we go into this, do join us.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You're tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, you know, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, looking at 16 degrees in Nairobi this morning. Cloudy conditions. We'll see highs of 26 into Thursday. Looking into Nakuru, 16 degrees, and we'll see highs of 27, and into Nyeri at 15 and mostly cloudy right about now, going to highs of 26 through the day. Eldoret at 12 degrees is partly cloudy. We'll go to highs of 24 and lows of 17. And looking into Mombasa at 26, mostly cloudy, highs of 29. And at 25, it's mostly cloudy in Malindi. We'll see highs of 29 as well. 17 degrees in Kisumu this morning, going to highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 29 in Kakamega, where it's currently cloudy at 15. Out in Kampala this morning, we will see highs of 29, and it's partly cloudy with a chance of rains. Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 26, going to highs of 30. Johannesburg at 10 degrees, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 17. It's 27 degrees and partly cloudy in Lagos, highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 32 in Kinshasa, where it's cloudy, currently at 24. Out in Beijing, Thursday afternoon is sunny at 26, and looking into London, 10 degrees, Paris 10 degrees as well. Wednesday night in New York is cloudy. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 17 and lows of 10.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Okay.
94.
After 6 o'clock, good morning to you. Excuse me. I see all of you guys online this morning. How are you? Jeremiah, see you. Good morning. Trying to connect with some of you. I'll be able to see that screen later. But for those of you that I can see right now, I just want to say good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Don't take your presence for granted at all. Ferista Muganda is tuned in this morning. Good morning to you. Good morning, Joseph Njoroge. How are you doing? Pato Mugo. Okay. Good morning to you. Hezron Ze, see you tuned in this morning. Felix, we see your face for the first time. Good morning to you. And Karibu Sana, thanks for joining us this morning. Quite a number of you online. And like I said, I'll be able to see you better in just a minute. On Facebook and YouTube as well. We see you and we're giving you a virtual wave. And hey, how about a virtual hug? Throw it out there this morning. Okay, CT. Do like that. Today's proverb from Eritrea.
Yes.
Eritrea.
Yes, same country. When you throw a stone at God, it lands right on top of your head.
So what?
When you throw a stone at God, it lands right on top of your head.
When you throw a stone at God, it lands on your head. I'm looking at the imagery in that. I mean, first of all, my mind wants to go to the action itself and saying, okay, first of all, where is God? Can you throw a stone and it will actually reach? Or is it standing for something else? It's imagery in the sense that you try to reprimand or insult the one who created all of this and he'll show you who's boss.
Good. You are on the right track.
Thank you very much. Good one. The Eritreans were up to something, that's for sure.
Nah, these Eritreans and their proverbs, they make for good listening.
Indeed. Okay, so let's take a look at the headlines right about now. In the Standard, unveiled the cost of top varsity TVET courses. Students who sat KCSE last year get the nod to choose a preferred university, and college courses whose fee details for the first time are displayed in the placement agency's website in the new higher education funding formula. That's a mouthful. A mix of scholarships, loans, and household contributions. So, KUSPs. What? Okay, we need to look into this story a little bit more, but the headlines is saying unveiled cost of top varsity. Just looking at the story, so basically what you're saying is that you get a chance now to choose for yourself in the portal. There's a new formula. There's scholarships, there are loans, there are contributions. So KUSPs is making this more all-inclusive, and you get an opportunity to choose with all these goodies next to you. According to Ezekiel Mashogu, who is the what? He's a CS Education, said, I have asked KUSPs to open its portal to allow all KCSE candidates start applying for university and TVET courses of their choice. After getting satisfied that the placement service has met conditions of the new funding model, having verified and published all fee details on the website. So you're not going to have to look for anything according to that, but we'll look into details of that story later. A furious Ruto is warning cabinet, or rather sending a warning shot in cabinet talks. The no-nonsense approach has been taken by the president. Funding delays. Counties are back to saying, you know what, we'll shut down this thing if people don't give us money. That 31 billion that was released a couple of weeks ago, when now Anne Waiguru and the Council of Governors now said, okay, we listened to you a little bit, but they're saying, you know what, flash in the pan, you had told us a little bit more would be done. If it's not done, we can actually shut this thing down. Spy Master bows out 16 months early. Philip Camero's resignation that sees the nomination of Nuruddin Haji as the new director for NIS. All right. Also looking at the front page of The Nation this morning. Inside Ruto's many battles, there's Ruto, the man standing with many things going around him. Opposition protests, taxation, county cash delays and salary delays, inflation and high cost of living, corruption scandals, state jobs, debt crisis, strike threats by workers. Oh my goodness, how much can one man take? 8 months after taking office, President William Ruto has encountered a myriad of hurdles, many of which have forced him to shift positions on campaign promises. He he made, hurting his supporters and serving as fodder for his rivals? Will he surmount them and complete his mission is the question that the nation is asking this morning. MCA suspend sittings to demand pay rise. I said, okay, you want us to come to work? You people pay us badly is what they're saying, or you pay us poorly. We don't receive as much as we ought to. So now all this sitting that you want us to do to start to deliberate on things, we will not sit. Pay us money. Remember Mukumu Girls City? Mm-hmm. They shut down because of a health issue.
They did.
Right? Mm-hmm. Then they opened. Mm-hmm. And now, students are back in hospital just days after their return to school. We shall look into that story because it's a bit worrying in terms of what's going on. Why sugar prices will remain high. Now, also looking at this portal open for 2022 KCSE candidates. Njiriani, 26 others sent home after the release of 160 million shillings worth of what? Expired sugar. CT's sugar can expire.
They have to explain how that happens.
Yes.
And what it is that also determines that has not expired.
This is true. But some people have gone home for it. 27 people have gone home, sacked, out because of this expired sugar and 160 million shillings in the wind. So we'll look into the details of that story. How about you tell us the headlines that you're looking at?
Well, yes, I will. You know, the Standard has, that was the Nation, I believe.
Yes, it was.
Standard has very similar headlines. But the one that caught my attention, you were talking about people who, what seems to dominate conversation here, let's start. The unveiled cost of universities, TVET courses, what they cost. And for the first time, even as you choose your course, there's a clear indication of what it will cost. And there's also further indication and a breakdown that has been given by the Standard of courses, what they cost, the places where the same course costs higher, where it costs the least, and so forth and so forth and so forth. The headline on page 6 is Medicine and Law Courses to Attract High Fees as Data on Costs Released. You know, this was always coming. The idea of giving a realistic cost of what education, rather, a realistic estimate of what the cost of education actually is at university, and ensuring that people who can pay actually pay.
Yeah.
See, we started off with the government giving everybody a grant to study. Well, it wasn't a grant, it was a loan, student loan, which you paid over a period of 10 years. The numbers then were few. But as the numbers have increased, in reality, that has become untenable. But there are people who must be assisted. Now, whether we are going to streamline the systems that we have to guarantee that those who actually need the assistance get, or those who are able to get the assistance get at the expense of those who actually need it, this is a completely different story. Because what is being presented here reflects, in my mind, the reality of what the education costs. Because if you do not do that, then you are giving this false impression that education, university education is cheap. It is not.
It isn't.
No, it is not. Yes, it is not. Right. What I didn't understand, though, is when you open it up, does that mean, therefore, that students have an opportunity to discuss these things with their parents and those who are likely to pay fees for them?
One would hope.
Yes, so that as you're thinking and choosing, you have an idea. But the interesting bit, again on page 8, bipartisan team picks Sifuna and Sigei to lead IBC reconstitution. Okay? It looks like this team, the bipartisan team as it is called, seems to be moving along well. And the discussions and talks and threats about Mandamano have ceased for the moment. They say team says it will focus on the electoral body matters first as dialogue gets underway. Azimio La Umoja has raised several issues they want Kenya Kwanza government to address, including the cost of living. Okay? But there's also the discussion that will continue along remember there was this discussion about extra parliamentary, meaning, yes, parliament can meet, but what about other stakeholders? Can they also be involved in this discussion? That hasn't gone away yet.
No.
But the good thing is that we are talking. People are discussing, and they're looking for a solution.
Yeah.
Instead of throwing barbs and stating the obvious all over the place, at least now this is a different conversation.
Let's go back just a little bit to this education story. CT, also with this portal that has been opened and etc., you'll find the CS, through this announcement yesterday at the launch of it, if you qualify for medicine, if you qualify for law and you cannot pay for it, sorry, you can't. If you can't afford it, then you're going to have to settle for something else, even if you qualify. Medicine and law are amongst now the highest paid, or rather the highest charged costed courses at university. And the truth of the matter, say for a scholarship, but it's going to be given, your position essentially will be given to somebody else. Let's look a little bit more into that story in a bit. But I want to tell you about this 160 million shillings that's in the wind, and the 27 people now who's been given the boot over it. Nyeri and 26 others suspended over condemned sugar scandal. My goodness. The consignment of 20,000 bags of sugar was supposed to be used for ethanol production, but was repackaged for sale. How about that? The government has suspended 27... Okay, so they've not been given the sack.
Where do these people come from? Where do they work?
Kenya.
Yes. Is it the Kebs story?
Let me tell you.
I think so. Yes, it is Kebs.
Let me tell you. It is Kebs, yes. So Nyeri is the Kebs boss. He's the... Yes. Yeah. All right. They've been suspended from a dozen institutions who aided the release of expired sugar that was earmarked for destruction in when? 2018. The head of public service, Felix Koskei, yesterday announced that the suspensions have been instigated by the National Treasury and Investment and Trade Ministry pending completion of investigations into the incident. Now, the Kenya Bureau of Standards has deemed the 20,000 bags of sugar unfit for human consumption and directed that it be used to produce industrial ethanol, but the consignment was instead released into the market. So prior to this, Kebs had said, do not use it, do not package it for sale, use it for ethanol production. The people heard what they heard when he said do not. What the people heard was package it for sale. Okay? Yes. Kebs officials and officers have been suspended. The ones that have been suspended are Bernard Njeraini, who is the managing director, Jeffrey Murira, Hilda Kiror, Liston Lagat, Rono Birgen, Stephen Owur, and Peter Olima. From the Kenya Revenue Authority, Joseph Kaguru, Mwanja Masinde, Stephen Moirori, Moses Okoth, Doris Mutembe, Chacha Hondo, Carol Nyagechi, and Derek Kago have been suspended. At the National Police Service, officers George Mithamo and Joel Kirui have been suspended alongside DCI detectives Bernard Ngumi and Raphael Mwaka. This thing was not prejudicial in its, who they were going to knock out. Across board, anybody whose fingers were in this thing, all of you come and be going. Others who have been suspended include Oscar Kai and Patrick Magut from the Agriculture and Food Authority, Joseph Mata Mweni from the Port Health Services, Isako Bonai from the National Environment and Management Authority, and Stephen Cheriot from the Anti-Counterfeit Agency, Daniel Gugi from the Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, Willie Koskei from the EACC, and Edwin Ruto from the KPA. Meanwhile, senior Kebs officials, including Mr. Njari, were on Tuesday grilled by police over the sale of the condemned sugar, worth over 160 million shillings. The officers were later released on police bail pending further instructions. They were summoned by the Economic Crimes Unit of the DCI after the condemned sugar was released to a trader who later repackaged it for sale. It has been learned that the sugar, which was condemned and seized by the ICDC Mombasa, was later transported to Nairobi, repackaged and sold with utter disregard for the welfare of consumers. So in terms of traceability, they don't even know where this sugar reached. At least 8 suspects were arrested, including a businessman and a senior KPA deputy commissioner who allegedly authorized the release of the consignment. In their explanation to the detectives, the suspect said the decision to condemn the cargo was later changed after they were ordered to release its processing into ethanol. My goodness.
This story is a bit convoluted.
Tell me.
You see, the thing is, was it meant to be destroyed, or was it meant to be converted into ethanol or methanol or whatever ethanol?
It's ethanol.
Yes. And was it supposed to have been returned to its origin at the cost of the person who had imported it? Which is which here?
Look, Kebs viewed this sugar. Kebs said this sugar is not fit for human consumption. Rather than destroy it, what you do is that you then turn it into ethanol, use it for ethanol production. Now, when I say these words, do you hear what do you understand what I'm saying?
I've heard you.
No, do you understand what I'm saying?
Meaning bad sugar can be turned into ethanol.
This was the order. This is what they were told. This sugar is unfit for human consumption. Point A. Follow so far? Yes? Tick. Now, take the same sugar and use it for ethanol production.
And
Understood?
What's ethanol used for?
Tick.
With spirits.
Many things.
Blah, blah, blah,
surgical
blah, blah,
spirit,
spirits,
blah, blah, blah. Okay? Now, those words were heard, but the action that followed those words was, what they heard was, actually, this sugar is unfit for human consumption. Let us repackage it and sell it to humans to consume. That is what they heard, and that is what they went ahead and did. The question for me here is then, how did the beans, or in this case, the sugar, get spilled? Who said what? Because then how did it come about that somebody knew that this sugar actually was not used for ethanol production, but it was actually repackaged and then sent from Mombasa to Nairobi?
Why did it leave Mombasa and to come to Nairobi, first of all?
Exactly. So now somebody will remember, wait a minute, we had been told that this sugar, this 20,000 bags, because 20,000 bags doesn't just disappear and nobody knows.
Bags,
you're going to
bags.
know. If there was 20,000 bags here today, and then you come tomorrow and these 20,000 bags are not there, you're going to notice, isn't it? So somebody come and said, okay, where did this go? Then they started their tracing and found out that it actually has been repackaged and somebody wants to sell it. So now you can imagine everybody in that line, from KEBS to KRA to KPA to Kenya Seed and Plant to DCI to police to everybody, anybody who touched this consignment, go home until we figure out what is going on.
Are we seeing a new trend emerging in the country?
That's why I was talking about everybody who even saw it and had any kind of correspondence with this thing.
Even if it passed by your window.
Yes.
And someone saw you looking at it.
Thank you. You smelt that somebody said something happened with this sugar. Come and be going home.
Do you know what is of interest? A couple of months ago, something similar happened with dried milk. There was dried milk that, again, had been condemned, unfit for human consumption.
Yeah.
But fortunately, this one was nabbed before it was actually repackaged fully for human consumption. But they're doing the same thing. Meaning it's been condemned. You've been told this one has to be destroyed. And somewhere someone decides that, no, you can repackage it, call it something else, and let other humans consume this thing.
I tell you.
Now, it points to something fairly lethal. Because when you get to the point where it's the pursuit of commerce and the pursuit of instant gratification of wealth takes center stage in the conversations, and human life and health and does not feature anyway in that conversation, then it's a problem.
It's a big problem. It's a big problem. Let's take a break and look at traffic. It's 25 minutes to 7 o'clock, Kenya's biggest conversation. Andrew Franklin, we see you, man. Good morning. And thanks for joining us today. Sugar, medical supplies, everybody who has anything to do with anything untoward, you're going home. We take a break and come back and continue looking at the headlines. Good morning.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapo?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu. Kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys and walikuwa na uza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, how are you waking up this morning? What does it look like where you are? Coming into the city on the thicker superhighway this morning, it's not looking too bad. Creeping slowly into the city, a little bit of a hold up right there at that Pangani underpass. Always a thing this morning and every other morning, isn't it? But you'll be fine as you get into the CBD via way of Muranga Road. If you're coming in then towards the Globe Cinema, overpass, underpass, you'll be okay. Then getting in towards Moy Avenue into the CBD is where a lot of action is taking place today. Whether you're coming in from Landis and Kamkunji or from Gong Road on the other side. Are you coming in from Westlands? You should be all right. Then getting into the CBD, coming off Mombasa Road, that construction that we saw taking place yesterday, they seem to have taken holiday today. So you should be okay getting towards that southern bypass exit. In from General Motors. If you're outbound on Mombasa Road, you're all right. Then getting past the Maradaima and then on your way through towards Kitengela, Athi River, all those happy places. All right. So people on Outer Ring decided yesterday that they were not having it. Whatever happened seems to have spilled over to this morning. And there's slow moving traffic on Outer Ring in both directions. So just be aware of that. Kiambu Road is piling up. We'll see that more as we get closer to 7. Talk to us on Spice FMKE on Twitter. Let's keep things moving this Thursday.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Headlines this morning. Our live streams are up on YouTube and Facebook. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu and CT with you. Looking at the headlines. Sorry, I just want to come back to this sugar. It's not so sweet, this story, because that means you have to be very careful about the sugar that you buy for the next 3 months, which is what now government and KEBS are trying to do to mop it up. Where is the sugar? Do people know in terms of what has been bought or where it is? So you have to be very, very careful about that because you don't know if it's still on the shelves and they're yet to take it off the shelves because of that. So there's a warning for everybody right about now. Okay, CT, another story.
Well, there's something of interest here, even as you're talking about sugar and more sugar, okay? There's a story on page 12 of the Standard now. EACE report exposes deep rot in ailing health sector. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, this report, there are some highlights that I want to point out to you. These are just excerpts from what it is that the report. Now, the headline that the Standard gave it is dodgy numbers. Okay? They say that 35%, according to this report that they have, of the general public acknowledge awareness of malpractice in healthcare projects. Okay? 31% of the health staff who identified project costing as a financial management procedure where corruption and unethical conduct were most rampant. Mm-hmm. I'll repeat this so that you understand it.
Yeah, please.
31% of health staff identified project costing, meaning the costing of projects, where the financial management procedures where corruption and unethical conduct were most rampant. Remember the story that we were told here by the MP for Kisumu East, telling us that this corruption is budgeted for.
Yeah.
So as you're costing the project, that's where the corruption comes in. So you decide this thing is going to cost this.
From the get-go.
From the get-go. Now, the dodgy numbers, these percentages will interest you. It is, in this report, they suggest that their findings indicated that 2.2% was considered the minimum bribe demanded in tendering process. They're giving figures.
2.2% of the total cost.
Yeah, like that. Okay?
Okay.
45.7% is the highest.
What?
Yes. The range, 2% to 47%.
Of the bribe money?
Yes. Project costs 100 shillings. They're going to ask you to give them 47 shillings. Or they're going to ask you to give them 2 shillings.
Good God Almighty.
Yes. Please hold the horror for a while. More to come, okay? Reasons behind bribery stated by the staff in health facilities in 25 counties, okay? Now, what they expected, 47% said they expected to be bribed.
As in, please come and bribe me.
No, if you want service,
if you want the job, you must
come for the service,
me.
but just bribe me so that I can give the service I'm supposed to give you anyway. Okay?
Okay.
Now, those who demanded and said they must be bribed. You must give me 26.1%. Voluntary. Those who said people just come and just give you money anyway, just to thank you for the work you've done. 26% again. Now, there is a percentage that it was reported people gave to avoid delay, meaning you want something done, but you don't want it to delay.
Express service.
That one was just a reasonable amount of 2.2%.
Oh, okay.
Now, the types of malpractice and the percentages. 18.3% bribery, okay? 17.7% embezzlement of funds, meaning funds have come in and people somehow give it a little walkabout and then it disappears, okay? 13.4% favoritism.
You're my guy. Who's your guy?
Yeah.
That's that guy.
That's the guy who you know can get things done. So this is the guy. All right. Stages of bribery according to the staff. Okay. 32% said project initiation stage. That's where now bribery. Yeah. That's the percentage at that level where it takes place. Okay. Where tender is being awarded, bribery 26%. Told you when it's being awarded. Yeah. Implementation, yes, you can be awarded, but implementing, okay, 22%. Essentially, this particular report speaks very loudly of now serious malpractice. Now, if this is the malpractice that's being reported in the Ministry of Health, what makes you think that other ministries are free of this malpractice?
Good grief.
Because if you're looking at ministries that have money, we start with health. Plenty of money because there's a lot of support from friendly countries.
Yes.
All right? Energy. Full.
Because you're paying everything.
Everything about it, and it is a service that everybody needs.
Is using, not that needs, everybody is using
it. Yes. It's a must service.
Yeah.
Then transport. Now, can you imagine what then goes on in some of these ministries?
So, CT, you know what I thought? I'm asking myself, EACC has their ways of getting this information. So is it they go have a sit down? Okay, CT, come sit with me. Tell me how this thing normally happens.
They have a quiet survey.
They have a quiet survey.
Yes.
Now, is this information unequivocally reported as being fact?
Yes, because this is a report that, as stated, you see, you ask the respondent and the report and you record it. They're just telling you the figures, facts and figures.
Of what's happening.
Yes. Now, there is this little detail of how you're going to interpret this. Because the truth just doesn't lie in the facts and figures. It's also in the interpretation. Okay?
Absolutely.
And this was being given, because the picture is taken here, where the Health Cabinet Secretary and the EACC Chairperson, David Oginde, the launch of the report on corruption and ethical conduct in healthcare projects. This was yesterday.
Yeah.
It was launched and they said, Madam, this is the report.
We're telling you how things are happening under here.
Okay, now, look at other ministries which have huge allocations of money, like, say, education. I am certain if you were to follow that thread, you'll find it is the same. Now, there is one sector of the economy that is not discussed openly, but there is a lot of public money that goes into it. It's called security. If this happens in health, and it happens in education, it is also happening. Not it might, it is also happening in security. Because then, yes, huge amounts of money are allocated. And you know, the purchases and the procurement processes are so unique in this department, you can't duplicate it.
No, you can't.
Yes. So the issue of cross-checking and determining can also be dicey. Now, this report speaks volumes of the rot that has set in. The thing that alarmed me was someone demands 47%.
I'm telling you, my
of
mouth,
the cost of the project, and you're thinking and your profit margin is probably 10%.
My mouth is still open. It's just that I'm talking that you can't see that is on, because I don't understand. You 100 shillings and you're giving somebody 45 shillings from it. 47 shillings just to move the thing along. Otherwise, you won't get the business.
No,
this is crazy. It's good that Honorable Pepela will be here with us later on, because then, if we're hearing these are the things that are going on in the health ministry, which, some of this due diligence attribution then falls under the Health Committee of Parliament to get some things sorted out. I really want to know what's being done to close those gaps.
The direct consequences of this is that, it's the same money. When the ministry pays for these services, it is money that yes, may have been intended for these services, but for others as well.
Mm-hmm.
So now when it comes to the implementation, if bribery is being expected even at the point of implementation, meaning there's no point at which money is not demanded. And if you do the math, it's crazy. If you just do a little adding and say, yeah, they demand this for initiation, okay, then they demand this for tender, then they demand this for implementation, you have to ask yourself, so what really remains?
And somehow, this is it. This is why I was asking Senator Charaga that question yesterday. With the zeal and vigor and the vim that you people are using to look for taxes, if you applied the three in equal measure to seal up these corruption holes, would you not find the money that you're looking for?
Actually, that has been determined by more case examples than one.
I mean,
that plugging the loopholes is actually the key.
Yeah.
You stop the hemorrhaging and suddenly you have money.
This is it. Because, look at it, 100 shillings, 47 of it
45.7
is going to somebody's pocket.
Yes.
Right? Then the person who is supplying the service has also been paid from that 100 shillings, right? And then also the delivery of said service has also been completed by the same service. So, you know what? You can actually, that 45.7 was money that went to somebody's pocket that was not needed.
Yes.
It could have gone to something else. And this is just 100 shillings as use of per example, and we're talking about hundreds of millions of shillings.
The scary bit is that when you look at, say, the stages of bribery according to the staff who were interviewed, and you do the maths, if 32% is for project initiation stage, okay, then 26% tender award, 22% implementation. If you leave the decimal points and you just do the maths, you're talking about almost 80% of what that project will cost goes into anything other than the project, because the bribery doesn't mean you're implementing. The bribery is so that you can implement. So when you start implementing, the money that was intended for that has already gone elsewhere. Now you tell me, what are you going to do?
That's it.
That's why you find that a project cost, the cost overrun goes into 100, 200, 300%. Yes. Because if 100%, 90, 80% is going into bribery, then we have to find more money to actually do the project, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. No, not the project. Other projects as well.
Yes. Now, if you take it across board and look at the number of projects governments have, and you say that this particular symmetry of processes follow all these things, then you know where your money goes to, don't you? No wonder the government keeps saying they don't have money. Because the money never ends up where it's supposed to.
It's supposed to. Exactly.
Yes.
Good golly. Well, as all of this is happening, the president is being kept busy fighting fires from one emergency to the next. KEMSA jumping up here, sugar that's not supposed to be there jumping up again, PSs not doing what they're supposed to be doing, reshuffle the whole thing. People are shouting that life is too expensive, debt is shooting through the roof. Governors are telling you, Omar, we're not doing work again. MCAs have joined the group and said, we are not sitting because you people pay us peanuts and we are the ones who are direct representation for the people. President Ruto is holding his head and saying, wow, okay, is this what it's going to look like? Simplified, but it is. It seems to be that he is a man disturbed. He's taken the oath of office in front of a packed and expected crowd at Kasarani, and he vowed to do things differently from the previous regime in which he had also served as deputy president. He started by institution of judges turning over his predecessor's decision. He's gone on to do quite a number of things. Police were given an independent budget. The judiciary kitty was boosted. 8 months on, however, the nascent administration is facing a myriad of challenges that threaten to throw the government into turmoil. A multi-billion shilling scandal has rocked the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. Counties are broke, civil servants are threatening to go on strike, and the cost of living is through the roof. Compounding the situation are controversial taxes and levies that are likely to make life more difficult for the majority of struggling Kenyans. In addition, the Kenya Kwanza government is facing an opposition that has refused to accept defeat and maintain that the administration is illegitimate. After riding out weeks of anti-government protests, the head of state is in the eye of another storm as he grapples with the fresh KEMSA scandal. The scandal plagued state-owned company botched a 3.7 billion shilling tender for the supply of treated bed nets to help millions of low-income households prevent malaria. That is not happening. Opposition leader Raila Odinga then waded into the waters and he said, I believe this is not the only scandal in the authority. I expect that we will see more revelations in this government, is what he said. The president has been revoking appointments. He has sent some people home, that's for sure. He has reshuffled his PSs in some departments, and there's a number of fires that he's been fighting. But he's been sending a warning signal, according to the story. And he's basically said, boss, the way in which we've been doing things, we're not going to do them anymore. If I smell anybody who's been doing anything that it even resembles corruption or impunity, you're out the door. He's had a tough talk with his cabinet over the last couple of days, and he says, we're not allowing this to happen. Do you see that could be, even now we've seen the suspension of people who are bringing not so sweet sugar into the markets and putting it on the shelves, those people without even a thought.
Early days yet, when the Kibaki government came in, there's something that we call the radical surgery of the judiciary. And there are those who applauded, who said it was wonderful. But that particular dragnet also caught in many other people who went to court. Judges who went to court to say that they had been wrongfully dismissed and that they'd been wrongfully treated. Some were reinstated, some were not. We have seen such measures being taken before. A lot of activity, a lot of energy being poured into it's one or two things. That's not what we are talking about. We are talking about something that is etched and something that is understood, standards that are clear, so that when someone abrogates it, it is understood this is what is going to happen. Not a perchance situation where sugar seemed to have done something crazy and it is no longer, it's supposed to be ethanol and it's still sugar.
It's still sugar.
Not that. Or somehow KEMSA did a thing with the nets and somebody, and then Global Fund, and then not that. It ought to be, we know, these are the standards that any public servant must have, and when they abrogate it, you expect. So you know. So when someone does something wrong, you know, my friend, this is the way out. And if you know that's the way out, then you also know that this is the point where you simply step aside. Or if it's really adverse, then you resign.
You do what?
You resign.
You do what?
Resign. This isn't something that the president must do. This is something that the president takes the lead on by showing the example as he has the KEMSA matter. But the big example would be strengthening. You know this raft of laws that we keep changing? Let Chapter 6 do what it was intended to do. Yes. So that we know. So that when things are called out and we say, look, there is this problem here, we know exactly what happens.
Absolutely.
Okay.
As opposed to changing the law to suit your needs.
Laws have been changed. Why don't we have laws that guarantee that the very thing the president is doing is made easier so that everybody understands what it is that is expected of public servants, and we all know when it is that they're breaking the law, because we're a bit confused now. One doesn't know.
Yeah.
And then people will cry foul and they will say, these people are nitpicking. They're determining who to challenge. They're determining who to point fingers at. And the thing that will come out is a cry of witch hunting. Yes.
Political arrests.
Yes.
Or politically instigated charges.
But there's an even bigger issue here. Some of these issues that the Kenya Kwanza government is dealing with, how many of these issues are really their issues and how many did they inherit? There's a little detail. Because you may start as a government, but the government that you're running is a carryover from the previous one. Yes.
Very possible.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at one last story. Well, maybe a couple more. But a couple of weeks ago, we saw a tough-talking chair of the Council of Governors in the name of Kirinyaga Governor Anne Waiguru. And she said, look, we're giving you 14 days to release money to the counties, or we're going to shut down services at the counties. In about that same time, some money was sent to the counties, and they said, we will be sending you some more. And they said, okay, no problem. But now, they're going to meet next week, the governors, to make plans for the planned counties shutdown after the national government's failure to release 94.4 billion shillings. The Council of Governors Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Affairs yesterday said the National Treasury is yet to release the funds for March to May. Which month are we in? May. So March to May is a bit of a problem. According to Fernandez Barraza, the committee chairman, as Council of Governors, we will be meeting next week to assess the possibility to shut down counties. The National Treasury has reneged on the promise for timely release of funds and ensures full absorption by the counties. So this is another thing. They've got a year, within this period to absorb these monies for whatever project it is they're going to do, aside from your recurrent expenditure in terms of salaries and things like that. There are development projects that they need to do, and there's only a certain time frame with which they can do that. Later, Auditor General will come and say your absorption rate is low, they've not received the money. How are they supposed to do that? Okay. So according to Barasa, the council will meet next week to reassess the position of shutting down counties following delays by the national government to release the equitable share of revenue. He said counties cannot have arrears going up to around 4 months with the present financial year almost closing. So the year closes in about a month, and they're saying 4 months of money has not come. How are we supposed to do our work? We have arrears for March totaling to 29 billion, April 33 billion, and May 31.4 billion. So our fallback comes to their own source revenue. He said in the next 1 month they will come up with a reliable and predictable method for timely release of funds. Okay. As the finance chair at COG, Fernandez says, I want to put it on record that all the 47 counties have written to Treasury to fast-track release of all county arrears amounting to 94.6 billion shillings. However, he said most counties should rely on improved collection of own revenue. He said, looking at the way we collect revenue, it appears like either our policies are not proportionally enforced, or they are deliberately created in terms of gaps that allow so many people to evade paying taxes. So, if Treasury doesn't send 94
they will not shut down.
They said that if they will meet next week.
And I'm telling you, even if that money is not sent, they will not shut down.
How do you want them to do their work?
They will not shut down.
How the year is coming to an end in a month. They still have arrears of almost 100 million shillings.
It can come to an end in the next 3 months if it likes. They will not shut down. Can they also furnish us with the attempts they've been making at own source revenue and how that is going? I mean, yes, we know that you owed money. We understand that, but you also generate money. You are, after all, an independent unit. You are a government unto yourselves. Tell us the stories of own source revenue and how you're going about it, and tell us how you are plugging the corruption that exists within the counties. And yes, as we talk about this money that we are owed. Okay.
And how you can have more efficient strategies for collecting of this revenue.
And how you can go about sorting out these matters of unpaid and pending bills and so forth. That is a nice story that you should tell us. But as for shutting down, they will not shut down.
CT says the counties will not shut down. Let's see what other conversations will come up this morning. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. We come into 7 o'clock with conversations of bail and bond. What does it mean? It's just this Thursday. After 7, keep it Kenya's biggest conversation. It is 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Now, Education Cabinet Secretary launched the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services Portal for 2022 KCSE candidates. The launch that took place at the University of Nairobi's Taifa Hall also saw the Cabinet Secretary launched the Nairobi Innovation Week at the same event. Now, Speaker of the National Assembly Moses Wetangula has called on women to come together in groups and champion their empowerment. The Speaker said women should embrace unity of purpose while fighting for their welfare. Wetangula promised to use his position to support women's empowerment. According to government records, there are over 14,000 registered women groups in Kenya, with Maendeleo Wanawake Organization and the National Council of Women of Kenya being some of the most prominent groups. Now, New Life Prayer Center and Church Pastor Ezekiel Odero is expected to continue with his case at the courts. We continue to follow up in what is happening at Shakahola. Now, Health CS Susan Wafula has appointed several people to the Kenya Human Resource Advisory Council. The CS, through a Gazette notice dated May 15th, appointed Francis Wafula, Rosemary Njaramba, Joan Machoyo, Joy Mogambi and Thomas Wu to be members of the council. The appointment takes effect immediately for a period of 3 years. President William Ruto in April recommended the formation of a Kenya Human Resource Advisory Council. The council will be tasked with addressing all the constant challenges facing the health sector in the country between the counties, the national government and the health workers. Now, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission launched a report on the nature and extent of corruption in the unethical conduct in the implementation of healthcare projects in Kenya. The EACC said the assessment survey, which was informed by the need to strengthen accountability in Kenya's health sector. The survey, conducted in collaboration with the EACC and UNODC, aimed primarily to identify corrupt practices during the pre-tendering, tendering and post-tendering stages of healthcare services. And Kenya's trade deficit widened in 2022 from 1.4 trillion shillings in 2021 to 1.6 trillion shillings despite an increase in exports. Figures from the Economic Survey 2023 report indicate that the value of imports from the United Arab Emirates more than doubled to 407 billion shillings from 178.5 billion shillings in 2021. This comes amid increased trading activities between Kenya and the Middle East, which now accounts for 24.6% of the total value of imports into the country. Data captured in the survey revealed that increased importation of petroleum products, which came on the back of high demand in the recovering economy in the post-COVID pandemic era, solidified the position of UAE as Kenya's second biggest importer after China. Goods from Asian giants continue to dominate the Kenyan market, with the value of imports by the Kenyan government and private sector further growing to 452.6 billion shillings, up from 441.3 billion shillings. And the Sudanese Doctors Union has said that the civilian death toll from the ongoing fighting between the army and the paramilitary rapid support forces has risen to 822, with 3,215 others wounded. Confrontations that broke out on 15th of April has worsened despite truce talks in Saudi port of Jeddah and the signing of a declaration of principles on 11th of May to protect civilians and facilitate humanitarian aid. According to the doctors, the other cities where civilians died in the clashes include the capital Khartoum and the adjoining cities of Bahri and Omdurman, as well as El Obeid, capital of North Kordofan state. The conflict, now in the second month, has also displaced nearly 1 million people from their homes, according to the UN. This as President William Ruto called upon the generals to sit down and discuss and bring sanity back to Sudan. And the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, convened in Midrand, South Africa, and Kenya, is represented by the parliamentarian delegation led by Tana River Senator Danson Mangatana. The 2-week second ordinary session to deliberate on togetherness for Africa under the 2023 theme, Acceleration the Implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, will see delegates deliberate on what can jointly work for the common good of the African continent to promote universal growth by African countries. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
All right, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic having built up in many parts of the city this morning. It's a busy Thursday. Folks coming in from the Thika Superhighway, also coming in then from Kiambu Road. Many lanes now. The sun is up this morning for the first time in a while, and so folks are out enjoying that morning, Thursday morning sunshine in traffic. We're seeing traffic coming out then from Kiambu Road, Muthaiga Square, the Thika Superhighway onto Pangani. Everybody trying to get into the city via Moranga Road. We're seeing some traffic coming off Mombasa Road as well, but that gets you to Uhuru Highway and then out towards the junction of Haile Selassie. So your normal CBD business is happening right about now. And we're also seeing traffic coming off of Outer Ring. There's some melee there, not quite sure, but it's heavy. It's moving in some parts, so you should be all right. Gong Road is also waking up to the realities of traffic Thursday, coming towards the roundabout at the City Mortuary. Then going into Hurlingham, Lavington, Gitanga Road, then joins with James Gishuru that over the drift, some traffic has begun as well. Wacky, not looking too bad. The Red Hill Link Road is your escape route away from crazy traffic. I want to keep an eye on things this morning and see how it pans out for you. Let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
18th of May 2023, Kenya's biggest conversation into the second hour this morning. Karibuni sana, all of you on our live streams on YouTube and Facebook, and welcome to our audience on KTN Home this morning, which incidentally is relaunching next month. KTN, early next month, relaunches. Do you want sports? Do you want soaps? Do you want children's programs like cartoons and Club Kiboko? Move to KTN Home. A relaunch takes place next month, and we join our audiences on KTN Home on the Situation Room this morning. It's going to be KTN Home, just how you like it. Good morning and welcome. It's Justice Thursday. Nduoko and CT Muga with you today. And we're going to be having a very interesting conversation about things that rock the minds of people when it comes to the justice system, bail and bond. Our guest is in the studio this morning. And as we say, welcome to her. We will start off with today's proverb from Eritrea.
Mm-hmm. The one thing we haven't mentioned all this time is who the president of Eritrea is. The gentleman's name is Isaias Afwerki. He's been president since 1993.
Hold up, what?
Okay, let me start again. His name is Isaias Afwerki. He's been president since 1993.
That's 33 years.
Yes.
30 what? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Nice.
Well, their system of government allows for it.
1993. I was in class. 5.
Yes. Isn't it wonderful?
I'm telling you.
How wonderful is it?
Progressive people. That's what it is. Okay. What's the proverb?
Well, the proverb, by the way, 1993 is when they actually got the independence from Ethiopia. Yes. Somehow they were tossed about. They were independent then, somewhere around the time when World War I came to an end, and World War II, the Italians had been the colonial masters, and the colonial masters were pushed aside. The UN then had some mandate over them. Then the British sort of like featured briefly, given some UN mandate. Then the Ethiopians came in. So 1993 is when effectively, that's May the 24th, they effectively now became independent. And this gentleman became the president. And he understands presidency. He's still the president. Okay?
1993, I had not even thought about whether I wanted to do law.
Now, you see, that's the difference. This man had thought of being president, and he's still president.
An example of somebody who takes their thoughts and makes them actions
he had understood.
in permanency.
He had understood. Okay. Right. When you throw a stone at God, it lands right on top of your head. That is a proverb for today.
When you throw stone.
No, just one stone at God.
One.
Now, let's start with the one so that you understand that if you throw many stones, then many stones will land on your head. So let's start with the one, singular. Yeah, precisely. You understood it perfectly.
Honorable Catherine Mboro.
Yes.
Principal Magistrate.
Yes.
Before we even say welcome properly, what do you think about that proverb?
We should be careful what we do and what we think and our actions. That's how I would interpret it. Because there are consequences and repercussions. And actually, as we get to discussing what bail and bond is, somebody has committed a crime.
Yeah.
There are consequences for that. That person has to be taken through the criminal justice process. We'll get into that as we move along. So there are consequences to that.
There are consequences to that. Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
Honorable Catherine Mboro, Principal Magistrate. And as we talk about bail and bond this morning, these are words that fly out at us all the time. Somebody has been granted bail. Somebody has been given bond, has been released on bond, you know, and then the processes through which all of this happens, I guess, is what we'll be unpacking today in the Situation Room's hot seat this morning. So the questions that come flying, you now know how we will discuss those.
Sure.
Now, so let's start off from the very beginning. You know, bail, bond, sometimes used interchangeably, but sometimes in error. Could you explain those two for us?
Now, let's start from this point. You go into a supermarket. We are done with today's business. And then I tell you, I need to do some shopping. My house girl has sent me a list of what we should buy. Some items are depleted in the house. So we go to the supermarket. I ask you, and do sunipeleke supermarket. So we go. Pick a few items, put them in the basket. Then I get to the counter. Then I realize I have a shortage of 10,000. So my budget was 15,000. Unfortunately, I do not want to go into the other details, but unfortunately, things have changed. So I need to top up 10,000 more in order to
pay for my shopping. Yeah.
So I tell you, Ndu, so you bail me out. Okay? So you tell me, okay, let me check my M-Pesa. I have 10K. So I can give you 10K. On condition that you refund this money within 2 weeks, for example, because I was to use this money for something
else.
Okay? So you bail me out, but you will have to refund the money. So in essence, when you talk about bail, it means you come to court, for example, you've been charged with a criminal offense, you are arraigned in court, to secure your release, because the primary consideration for granting of bail and bond is to ensure that the accused person attends court. That is a primary consideration.
Okay.
So for him to attend court, he has to deposit bail in form of money. Okay? That is the starting point. At the police station, when he is arrested, the police also have powers to also grant cash bail before he is arraigned in court.
Yeah.
There is this 24-hour rule. I'm sure you know about it.
Yes.
So somebody has to be arraigned in court within 24 hours after having been arrested. So if that is not possible, then the police have the powers to grant you cash bail with the promise that you will attend court on a certain date that you have been told that you will attend. So that is bail. Then now we go to bond. So city has decided I'm going to, do some development somewhere. I do not have enough money. So I approach a financial institution, for example, a SACCO. I need 2.5 million Kenya shillings. So city decides I need to top up about 1.5 million Kenya shillings for this development to go through. So what do? You go to a SACCO or a bank, and then they tell you, we will give you this money, but there has to be security because this is a risk that the bank is taking. So there has to be security for us to ensure that you will be able to repay this amount of money that we are giving you. So one of the securities you'll be asked is if you have a guarantor, for example, or maybe you have another property that you will deposit your title deed as security, for example, so that now you secure this amount of money. So an accused person has been brought to court, arraigned in court for a certain offense. He pleads not guilty.
Yeah.
So the full process, the court process has to go on, but he has to secure his release. So he has to bind himself that come during the hearing date of 20th of May 2023, I will attend court. Now for me to attend court, I will deposit, I will get a surety. A person we call a surety to stand in for you. So it is an agreement between the court, the accused person, and this person we call a surety who is standing in on your behalf.
A human.
A human.
Okay.
Binding himself that he will ensure City attends court on 20th of May 2023.
Okay.
So City will look for a surety, somebody to stand in for him. So he comes to Ndu. I don't have money. I've been given a cash bill of 20,000. In the alternative, a bond of 50,000, for example. So I do not have ready cash with me. But do you have some document you can use for me to release? I mean, for me to secure my liberty.
Yeah.
So you say, by the way, I have some property somewhere, or I have a car, logbook, or a motorcycle, logbook. I'm employed, payslip. I'm a member of a SACCO, share certificate, which amounts to 50,000 Kenya shillings. So Ndu comes to court and says, I will ensure that City attends court
on the 20th.
That on the 20th of May 2023. That is my obligation. If City fails to attend court on 20th of May 2023, then a warrant of arrest will be issued against me, the accused person, for example, because I have failed to attend court.
Okay.
Now remember, the primary consideration for somebody to be released on a bond or cash bail is to secure the attendance in court.
Okay.
So this person, I decide I will not attend court for whatever reason. We'll get into that as we move along. So a warrant is issued. So the investigating officer will come looking for Ndu to tell the court where is City, because you bound yourself to ensure that City. City bound himself to ensure that Ndu attends court. Okay. So City, where is Ndu? I have no idea.
No, Ndu is okay. Wait.
Why don't you calmly just go to jail on my behalf?
Not this time, maybe another time. So here we are. City should have gone to court on the 20th of May. Let's unpack this thing properly. It didn't have the money.
The cash.
Yes. Right?
Yes.
Didn't have the cash that would have been bail.
Yes.
Essentially. And so they say, okay, get somebody who can stand surety for you. Ndu comes along as surety, but Ndu must also put down something that binds the surety.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay. So far. And it could be, does the court decide the value? They say, give us something worth this amount? Or how does that happen? Because now that is bond. I've bound my surety to property or something value worth what? Do you decide? Does the court decide rather how much value this thing must have? Before we even go to now, this guy doesn't show up. And then what happens thereafter?
So assuming I'm the accused person, I take plea for an offense of stealing. First of all offenses are bailable.
All
offenses.
Bar none.
Yote.
Okay, that's good.
The Constitution of Kenya, 2010. Pre-2010, that was a different story altogether. Because there were categories of offenses which were not bailable at all, the capital offenses.
Yes.
Treason, murder, robbery with violence, attempted robbery with violence. That one you didn't even need. You just have to wait until the trial is complete. Unfortunately, if the court finds you're innocent, you've been in custody all this time. So come 2010, we decide things have to change. So all offences are bailable. That's the starting point.
Okay.
So you should not be denied your liberty because you have committed an offence of murder, for example. So I've been arraigned in court for an offence of stealing. So the court grants me a cash bail of 20,000. In the alternative, a bond of 50,000.
Okay.
So this property should be worth 50,000.
Okay.
Your pay slip should be worth 50,000. If you've committed your pay slip, for example, like some of us do for survival,
that's a different story.
That's a different story altogether. So if you've committed your pay slip, then the SACCO will have to write to the court, confirming that 1, I am a member of this SACCO. 2, my shares are worth this amount of money. So that if I decide as an accused person to abscond or fail to attend to court, then we will get to the point where what are the consequences for not attending court? One of it is I risk my salary being attached in fulfillment of the bond that was given. I hope I have not lost anyone there.
Okay, we'll try and find us in a minute.
Do you want to ask a question?
Yeah. Can bond and bail be asked of simultaneously?
When I say all offences are bailable, initially pre-2010 you had to apply to be given bond. So now it is automatic. You don't have to apply. It is automatic. So you take plea, you are charged with an offense of stealing, for example, automatically you're granted bond or bail. Yeah? So from there, then now you have now to start looking for ways of securing your release. There are instances where you may say, I may raise my hand as an accused person and say, I cannot afford 10,000 Kenya shillings. I can only afford 5,000 Kenya shillings. So the court will grant you 5,000 Kenya shillings, that which you're able to raise. Okay? That is the beauty of the 2010 Constitution. A wide, chapter 4 of the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, Bill of Rights. So a wide range of rights which have been placed under the Constitution.
Right.
So that now even the judiciary is opening its doors. How much can you afford?
Now, can I not stand surety for myself?
No, you cannot.
Why not?
Because now, how will you ensure that you attend court? We need somebody to ensure that you attend court. Just the same way, if you go to a bank and take a loan, there has to be a guarantor.
All right. So you're saying that my own recognizance doesn't apply?
They have now. We'll get to the point where there is a police cash bail, bail pending trial. That is a bail or bond given by the court, and then bail pending appeal. And then there is a personal bond or the free bond. I don't know if you've come across that word.
Yes.
Free bond.
I have even received it. So that's how come I know it.
Oh, yes. Ndu is wondering.
I will take him for a cup of tea later to explain
how you got to the free bond issue. So you may have committed an offense, for example.
I was overspeeding.
That's a minor offense. That's a traffic offense.
Okay.
So basically, we should not even incarcerate you in a police cell. Free bond, appear in court the following day. So there is somewhere you have to sign that you will bind yourself that you will attend court. That's free bond.
Okay.
In other instances, the court may there is a form you have to sign for other serious offenses. This is a traffic offense, minor ones. For other serious offenses, there's a form you have to sign.
Yeah.
And then, apart from now signing that form, the area chief will write a letter confirming that you're a resident of Spice FM Estate, for example.
Yeah.
So that now, in the event that city decides to abscond, then we can request the chief assist us in tracing this person.
Okay.
Okay? So for minor offenses like those traffic offenses, free bond applies.
Okay.
For minor offenses whose maximum sentence is 6 months, that's where free bond comes in, like creating disturbance to Metukanana, for example.
So if this is automatic, if we're saying that all offences are bailable, why then do we see that there are sessions in court whereby it is to be determined whether an individual will get bail or not if you are allowed to be bailed out of a situation? Why then do we see that happening?
There are instances where information may be relayed to court by the prosecution that there are circumstances which do not allow this accused person to be released on bond. So, for example, somebody has committed the offense of murder. Just a wide example. The public out there is agitated. And they have issued statements, for example, if this person gets out, you know what will happen. So the safety of the accused person is paramount. That information has to come to the court through the probation officer, through what we call a bail information report. So a report has to be tabled before court. Now that is when now the bail hearing comes into play. Because now the prosecution says this person should not be released. On the other hand, all offences are bailable. But now we have to determine whether or not the information being given to court is indeed authentic or not. So the bail information report comes into play. Now the probation officer now will go to the ground and gather all that information, which now will inform the court whether the accused person should be released or not for his safety, for example. Yes.
Okay. Now, I mean, I would like us to look at a lot of the offences that we see that for some reason or another individuals are not able to make bail, and that means them being in remand for longer periods of time, and the situation around that and how that is being sorted out. But now as we look at bail and bond, when we hear that then individuals have skipped bail or then have jumped bail, absconded bail. What exactly does that mean? And then what are the repercussions and what do we see happening in the system because of that?
So we told City attend court on 20th of May 2023. Okay? So City has jumped. That is the street word we use. But the legal term is absconding.
Absconding, yeah.
So City has absconded. Let's assume, for example, he deposited bond. So Ndu, you stood for him. You deposited your title deed, for example. Binding yourself that will ensure City attends court.
Yeah.
The consequences are, one, you can be placed in custody, remanded, because you have failed to produce City in court. That is one. Two, you risk losing your land, which can be sold to fulfill the bond of 50,000 Kenya shillings that the court gave. Now, the other third repercussion is you'll be told now, raise the 50,000. Initially, when City was taking plea, he was given a cash bail of 25,000 in the alternative of bond of 50. He was unable to raise 25, so he got a bond. So you will be told now, one of those three consequences you will suffer. But before we slap you with those consequences, we'll give you time to look for City.
Okay.
So on 20th of May 2023, City has failed to attend court for whatever reason. A warrant is issued. And then you'll be issued with summons to attend court to tell us where City is. Because when you are being admitted as a surety, it's sort of like a mini hearing. You'll be taken through. Do you understand your obligations? We need to get your details, where you live. Are there any surrounding, what do we call them? Sort of like landmarks, installations where we can easily trace where your home is. Now, when you're binding yourself, you have to make sure that you are on toes on what City is doing, where he is, whatever he's doing. It's not just an easy obligation. So you have to know what you're putting yourself into. Okay? So he fails to attend court on 20th. A warrant is issued. We give a mention of probably in 2 weeks' time. Let's say 2nd of June, 2023. So on 2nd of June, we have issued you with summons. You come to court and tell us, Your Honor, kindly give me time to look for City. All I knew is he was going to attend court on 20th.
Yes.
And we even spoke that morning, for example. How he failed to attend, I don't know. I pray that I be given time to look for
him.
So the warrant is extended. So we ask you, how much time do you need? Maybe I need a month. They say, fine, we'll mention the matter after a month. So in a month's time, who comes and tells the court, I have managed to trace where City is.
Mm-hmm.
He actually relocated to Machakos. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I need more time to
find him.
To go and get him. Remember now, you are utilizing your own resources to look for City. That is the obligation you bound yourself. So finally, you managed to get City in Machakos. The investigating officer is also involved because there is a warrant he has to execute. So City is arrested by officers from Machakos police station, brought to Spice FM police station, arraigned before Spice FM law courts. So City, tell us where you were on 20th. You don't give a justified reason, bond is cancelled. Why? Because the primary consideration for granting bond or bail is to ensure you attend court.
Okay, let's take a break because there are many, many questions then around this and clarifications. Traffic is a huge one when it comes to that. So some questions coming in after that. But first of all, I want to tell you about, so I&M would have given you that loan that you were looking for, CT. I&M currently is giving the largest unsecured personal loan in Kenya today, up to 10 million shillings. And all you need to do is bring your payslip, not on bond, bring your payslip and a letter from your employer, have a chat with the folks at I&M, and they'll give you up to 10 million shillings, and they will give you up to 96 months, 8 years to pay it back. It's all about sitting down and having a conversation. I&M is also giving 5,000 shillings away today. Let us know what you would do with 5,000 shillings. Where is it biting you? Let us know. Post on our social media, Spice FM KE on Facebook and YouTube. Let us know. And I&M awards 5,000 shillings today. As you ruminate on that, let's have a cup of tea, shall we? Kiptakich. I always Kiptagich tea estates in Kurosoi sub-county, in Kurosoi South District. The tea estates are producing some premium stuff, Honorable.
Mm-hmm.
The tea is called Assis tea. It's a premium blend, and they've got varieties of tea. And this is the thing that tickles me pink, because they're not just taking the tea and exporting it, but they're selling the premium blends here in Kenya. And the varieties of lemon, tangawizi, ginger, hibiscus, purple tea, green tea, gold and premium tea available right here in Kenya. You can have a cup of tea as you ruminate about CT going to get his lunch from I&M. It's really great stuff, masala chai, and it's grown, manufactured right here in Kenya. And CT has some for you this morning.
Oh, thank you. I'm a fan of tea.
You see?
Thank you very much.
Assis Premium Tea, tea as is. Available right around Kenya, coming off those lovely tea estate plains in Kurosoi South.
Can I have tangawizi tea?
Of course.
Yes, you can. Thank you.
You can have whatever you want. It's 26 minutes to 10 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation. Let's take a look at weather and traffic and come back and continue conversations on bail and bonds.
City, what were you doing?
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What do they say?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali. Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. The sun is actually peeking through those clouds at 20, and in Nakuru it's 19 and cloudy, a chance of rain later on. Eldoret at 18. We'll see thunderstorms through parts of the morning, and Nyeri is partly cloudy at 19. Looking into Mombasa, 27 and sunny. Malindi this morning is 27 and sunny as well. Into Kisumu, 24 and a chance of rain through today, while Kakamega at 21 is also pretty cloudy with a chance of rain later into the morning at 21. Kampala is cloudy, chance of rain as well, and we're looking at sunny conditions into Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 30 today. Johannesburg at 11 degrees, partly cloudy conditions with highs of 20, and in Lagos at 27, partly cloudy. Kinshasa is cloudy at 24.
Online, mobile, and on radio. www.spiceradio.co.ke.
Traffic continues in most parts of the city this morning. It's manageable though. Manageable Thursday. Let's call it just that. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, it's heavy as you go towards the Pangani underpass. A little bit of it here and there, but it's heavy on Kiambu Road now, and we're looking at the same thing on James Gishuru. Just over the drift, spilling over to Wayaki Way. That traffic will dissipate and in some time, but for now still looks pretty heavy, and we'll keep an eye on things as we go through. On Mombasa Road, not looking too bad, but as you get to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, you're going to clog up just a little bit as you approach Haile Selassie at the junction. Plus there's incoming traffic from Kamkunji, so everybody's going to meet right around railways, but then it'll dissipate as we go along. It's moving in most parts of the city, wherever it is that you look this morning. How about you tell us what's going on where you are? At least we can avoid the traffic spots and go to where there's no traffic this morning. How'd you do that? Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, coming in at 21 minutes to 8 o'clock, Kenya's biggest conversation continues. Our Justice Thursday's conversation today is bail and bond issues with the Honourable Catherine Borough this morning. Siti, you had a question.
Now, is there a situation in which somebody can be in court and they absolutely cannot afford any amount?
Mm-hmm.
What then happens?
It actually happens because the accused person will say, I cannot afford this amount of money. Now, we've seen situations whereby some of my colleagues will marshal some officers, some mini harambe. I don't know that you followed. There's a colleague of mine in Mombasa.
Yes.
Yeah, mini harambe to raise some amount of money.
I have seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I've read about it, yes.
Yeah. In other instances, free bond is, the cheapest, for lack of a better word. Because there is no money involved. All you need to do is just to fill a form. The way you fill a form and you secure your release. There are instances where, fine, you've been charged on 20th. I mean, today. Today is 17th.
18th. Yes.
And we tell you, I look at my diary. My diary looks okay. you've denied the charge, so come back to court for hearing on 20th of May 2023. So on 20th of May 2023, I'd given you a cash bill of 15,000 Kenya shillings. Then you tell the court, I am not able to raise the 15, I'm still in custody. I'm not able to raise the 15,000 Kenya shillings. I can only afford 10,000. So we'll give you the 10,000. I can even ask you as a court, how much can you raise? Now, before you even come to on 20th of May for the hearing, after every 2 weeks, we have what we call prison mentions, just to check the welfare of the remandees in prison.
Okay.
So at that point, an accused remandee will say, I have not been able to raise the bond terms that were given by the court when I took plea. The first time I was arraigned in court. The accused person can raise that issue. The court on its own motion, suo motu, legally. That's a legal term. So the court can look at the number of remandees who are in prison. We've had this case for the last maybe 4 or 5 months. The accused person is still in custody, has not been able to secure his release. So I, on my own volition, I don't need to be approached by the accused person. I'll say, reduce from 15,000 to 5,000.
Okay.
So one, the accused can request. Two, the court on its own motion can also reduce the bail terms.
Is it possible? And look, because we've seen cases. We know about a packed system today where you have lots of people on remand, and we've heard also from officers from the judiciary who've told us they also know that a lot of people who are on remand today is not for anything, but they've not been able to make their bail. People who've not been able to make bail of 10,000, 5,000, 2,000 shillings. So as you're saying that a judicial officer would then be able to look at something and say, it is clear, I mean, we're human beings. You're a judicial officer, yes, but you're also a human being. So you can see this person is not going to be able to make this. What then guides a decision to say, let this person continue to be remanded when it is clear they cannot make it? A woman who was taking garbage to a garbage dump, not just anywhere. There was a garbage dump. She dumped the garbage there. She was arrested for littering. The bail, this is somebody who doesn't have 500 shillings to her name, was given a bail of 20,000 shillings, was not able to make it, was remanded. My question simply is, does that side of it is clear? Does that come into then the decisions that are being made as to whether to let this person go on their own recognizance, let this person get a free bond instead? How are those decisions then made to also ease the burden on an already packed system where people are being remanded for lack of bail?
We are also guided by the reports which are brought forth by the probation officers, the bail information report, because they will go to the ground and analyze the situation. They do what we call a social inquiry.
How do you ascertain that they actually do that?
That's the story
for another day. Right, go on.
Because the integrity of those reports, sometimes they are challenged, but that's a story for another day. But because we are not able now to go to you and check where your family is as a court, as a judicial officer, I cannot go to your home and check the situation on the ground. That is why we have the probation and aftercare department. So they bring a bail information report and tell us, this is the situation on the ground. But what we have also been telling the citizens, Article 159, there are other ways of resolving disputes. So assuming I've stolen your phone, today I'm here. I came in, I went through some security check. I came in, I have my phone, Samsung. I don't know what type of your phone is.
Nokia.
You still have Nokia?
They still no, the question is, do they still sell them?
Do they still sell Nokia?
This is one of those situations.
Yes.
You're one of the few people who have Nokia.
It appears so.
Oh, you're special in this country.
It's like a dinosaur.
So what make is your Nokia?
I'm not certain. It's a 5. I have 2 of them. Actually, I have 3 of them.
Oh, you are special.
Yes. There's a 5.3, there's a 2.4, There's one 3 point something, I think.
Let's stick with 5.3.
Yes.
So I come in here, I do whatever I'm supposed to do, and then I leave. So as I'm leaving, I see your phone on the table. I decide,
nice.
Nice, very nice phone. If I sell it, it can fetch some good amount of money. Because I've been struggling at home, not able to raise fees, for example. So take City's phone. As I'm leaving, City raises an alarm. My phone is missing. So in this building, the only stranger who has accessed this building is Catherine. So as I'm exiting, then I'm told, we have to search you. So in my handbag, there is a Nokia 5.3. Okay? So now City is agitated. Why do you steal my phone? No. So I decide, take me to Spice FM police station. So at the police station now, we can try and negotiate, but the phone has been recovered. I can, compensate you A, B, C, D. So there are various ways of resolving disputes before they get to court. Okay? Bottom line, the phone has been recovered. And then now you ponder, fine, the phone has been recovered. Well, I'll forgive you for now. And then now when they check the system, I do not have a criminal record. We can forgive you for now. And then you go your way. Other instances where somebody has still been arraigned in court, taken plea, but during the trial process, the complainant, who is City, and the accused person, who is Catherine, along the way, as a trial is ongoing, we can decide to settle it out of court. And the case is withdrawn.
Okay.
So apart from litigation,
there are
alternative means.
Okay.
Something I've always found puzzling, and I'd like to understand the logic behind what one hears. There's a mention, there's a hearing, there's a date. Are there not instances where somebody can appear in court and you listen, you realize, but we can discuss and finish this thing in the next 10 minutes?
It has happened.
How often does that happen?
It has happened. I've done it so many times. My colleagues have done it so many times, especially where you're dealing with families or even neighbors. Trespass, for example. We've been neighbors for 50 years. So your cow has trespassed into my farm. And it has destroyed sugarcane or maize or whatever. So do we really need to go through the criminal justice system? Not forgetting an offense has been committed. Okay? But then we have lived peacefully for 50 years. Why should this small incident, interfere with our relationship, our neighborhood? You get? So fine, I'll be arraigned in court because my cow did whatever it did to your farm. Then, as the case is ongoing, then as you're testifying as a complainant, you realize the court will realize, as a magistrate, realize, these people have been living together because now you're giving your evidence, and in the line of your testimony, we have lived together for 50 years. We've been neighbors for 50 years. Then do says, pause. 50 years? So your cow, my cow has gone into your farm. There's a way we can still salvage. So why don't you take 30 minutes out there and see whether Catherine can compensate City
his sugarcane.
The sugarcane. So after 30 minutes you come, Your Honor, we have agreed, we have settled, he has paid whatever amount we have agreed, case withdrawn.
And it can be done?
It can be done. Very easy.
Okay. There's another issue that's quite, it happens quite often. And the question is that, why do traffic police tell an overspeeding driver or any driver with a traffic offence, say expired insurance cover, that they will issue you with a cash bond for 10,000 shillings to attend court? At what point does a driver insist on the free bond in such a circumstance?
Just like what happened to you. You were overspeeding.
I was overspeeding.
So now you are given a personal bond.
Yes.
So you may say, I'm not able to raise the 10,000.
So
but
the officer says, look, you were overspeeding or whatever offence, your insurance has expired. All right? Say, this is a problem. Now, you must attend court. Now, for me to ensure that you will attend court, it's going to be 10,000 shillings. Write it on the piece of paper. You must attend court. You pay the 10. Now, you pay the 10,000 on the spot. They give it to you, attend court wherever. Now, why do they do that? Number one. Number two, can I then now say, actually, I don't have that money. Can I fill the form for your free bond?
Yes, you can say I do not have the money because it's a simple traffic offence. So just let me sign this form, and then on 20th of May 2023, I will appear in court, and the charges are read before me, and I say whether I'm guilty or not. I admit. Now, on the other hand, I can say I cannot afford that amount of money. Okay. Assuming I can afford 10,000 Kenya shillings, so I pay the 10,000 Kenya shillings police cash bill, bail pending trial, that is a bail or bond given by the court, and then bail pending appeal. Those three. So the police, under the National Police Service Act, they are empowered to issue or to give police cash bill. The law allows them to do that. So they look at the situation. So a minor traffic offense, city, personal bond, go to court on 20th of May 2023, read out the charges. You can even send someone, as you were saying earlier on when we went on break, you can even send someone, an advocate can appear on your behalf, take plea, that is allowed. So instances where you may not have money, free bond. If you have the money, now once you are arraigned in court, your license has expired, for example, or you are overspeeding. Then you say, fine, I was not overspeeding. I was not doing 110, I was doing 80. You've already denied the charges. So the trial process has to go on. Now remember, to secure your liberty, you had deposited a police cash bill of 10,000. Now that 10,000 is supposed to be refunded to you. Okay? I hope you're clear up to there.
Yes.
So when the charge sheet is drafted, that information is contained on the charge sheet out on police cash bill of 10,000 Kenya shillings. Now, me as a court, when I look at the charge sheet, it has been approved by the ODPP. The charges are read before you. And then I see, this one had deposited a cash bill of 10,000 Kenya shillings. And he has actually come to court. Now, as you're being refunded that police cash bill of 10,000 Kenya shillings, the court can even say, now, that 10,000 Kenya shillings you had given to the police, that can also serve as the cash bill you're being given by the court. So within minutes, you secure your release. Because now you don't have, again, to go back to the pocket to look for more money. You already have been refunded this 10,000. So it's like from the police to the court.
So essentially, the money doesn't leave the system.
It will leave the system once the case has been concluded. It will be refunded to you, whichever way it is concluded. Whether we have settled the case out there, 30 minutes we were given by the court, we've settled it out, the case has been withdrawn. Now the cash bill will be refunded to the person who deposited.
I'd really like to know, how is it refunded? Do they give you the cash, or do they write you a check?
We operate a cashless system.
Do they send you M-Pesa? What do they do?
A cashless system. Nowadays, we don't accept money. Okay?
So you have a pay bill.
What you do is you fill a form where the money is sent to your account. So once the case is concluded, within 7 days, once the case is concluded, there is an order that has been issued by the court, cash bill to be refunded to the person who deposited. Now that order, that file is taken to the accountant. The accountant now starts the process. Within 7 days, now you are called, fill the form. Within 7 days, your money is deposited.
How do I pay you then?
Who?
How do I pay the courts if they want a cash bill?
Oh, you can.
Supposed to deposit. How do I deposit? You said it's cashless.
M-Pesa, yes.
That's why I asked, do you have a pay bill number?
M-Pesa agent, they're called KCB Mtaani. You can go to the bank and then the whole transaction is done. But we don't accept cash at the court.
Why don't you people have a pay bill number?
That is work in progress. It had started somewhere, and then
something happened.
Okay. I don't want to go into details, but that is work in progress. But each court station has a KCB Mtaani. There's a booth.
Okay.
Something that always concerns me with this matter of bail, bond, and the term remand. We have a very famous remand institution here in Nairobi, where people languish for very long. So we hear. And we also hear that many of these people are what we refer to as petty offenders. Does the court system have a review process where they look through these cases, and you mentioned it in passing, where it is clear that this person will never have the money, because some of them were caught for loitering. Some were caught for whatever offenses that one can cause. Okay. Or now, is there a process that looks at these things and determines that perhaps we have incarcerated people and they're occupying space that they need not occupy, and then they are set free?
Yes, it is there. We have what we call prison decongestion. So each court has what we call court user committees, which meets on a quarterly basis. One of the members of the court users committee is a Kenya Prisons Service. The chair is the head of station for that particular court. So the ODPP is a member, the prisons is a member, the National Police Service is a member. The main justice sector actors. We can co-opt even others, the NGOs, the religious organizations. Now, depending on where the court is and the circumstances and the situations on the ground, we can even co-opt others, the business community, for example. So now, the Kenya Prison Service, in one of the CUC meetings, one of the court users committee meetings, they can come forth and say, we are grappling with the numbers at Nairobi remand, for example. So how can we ensure that we decongest these prisons? So an exercise will be carried out. Now, this is where the High Court comes in. Assuming somebody has been sentenced for an offense, say 8 months, it's maybe a minor offense, 8 months. He or she has served 4 months, for example, 4 remaining. So now, when we decide this person now needs to get out, a report has to be made by the probation in conjunction with the Kenya Prison Service, because now they have seen this person has reformed of good conduct, etc. Now that exercise, this is where now the judge of the High Court comes in, because already the person has been sentenced by the lower court. So instead of him waiting until 8 months are over, these 4 months he has served is sufficient. Atoke. That is one way. The other way is, in fact, we are even mandated to visit prisons regularly to see how the conditions are. And then now the Kenya Prison Service, or the various prisons facilities, now will give us a list of the people who are qualified to be released, but has to be in conjunction with the probation and aftercare department, so that now they give us a report. The Kenya Prison Service also have to give us a report. Should this person be released? Yes. And under what terms? The terms are set. Now, other ways are to rope in the ODPP. Plea bargaining. An offense like murder, for example, you can plea bargain to manslaughter. You didn't intend to kill, but somebody has lost his life. So instead of suffering the whole long process, we can plea bargain, plea guilty, and then you'll get a lesser sentence, say 8 months, 1 year. We've seen that happening. That reduces the long sentence. On the other hand, I, as an accused person, can even negotiate with City, the complainant, and say, let's have this case settled once and for all. It's gotten out of the system.
There's a lot, and I'm really glad that you were able to come in and have this conversation with us this morning. The Honourable Catherine Boer is a principal magistrate and has been talking issues bail and bond, a lot that people didn't know that I'm hoping that they can use today.
Yes.
We'd like you to come again and let's have this conversation, up to another degree. Thank you for joining us on Kenya's Biggest Conversation this morning. We hope we can see you soon. Folks, the conversation continues. It's 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
warned that Kenyans could be consuming poisonous sugar straight off the shelves. Investigations by the security agency says that brown sugar packed in 20,050 kilogram bags was imported into the country in June 2018 by Miracle Investments Limited from Harare, Zimbabwe. Upon docking at the port of Mombasa, the sugar was processed by the Kenya Bureau of Standards officials and proven to be non-compliant with Kenyan quality standards and condemned. These 27 government officials attached to various state agencies have been suspended from office over the disappearance of the 20,000 bags of contaminated sugar that is suspected to have found its way into the market by being condemned and seized by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. The officials sent home to pave way for investigations are attached to the Kenya Bureau of Standards, the Kenya Revenue Authority, National Police Service and Agriculture and Food Authority. In a statement issued yesterday, Head of Public Service Felix Koskei announced the suspension of the said public officers, adding that the president had been briefed on the matter, termed as irregular and criminal release of condemned sugar that had been earmarked for conversion into industrial ethanol. It is near certain that the 2023-2027 will be the warmest 5-year period ever recorded. This is according to the United Nations that has warned that greenhouse gases and El Nino combined to send temperatures soaring. There is a 2/3 chance that at least one of the next 5 years will see global temperatures exceed the more ambitious target set out in the Paris Accord on limiting climate change. The UN's World Meteorological Organization has warned the hottest 8 years ever recorded were all between 2015 and 2022, with 2016 being the warmest, but temperatures are forecast to increase further as climate change accelerates. Now, 2 people are in police custody for allegedly using Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha Wafula's name to defraud Kenyans seeking opportunities and services in the ministry. The Ministry of Health, in a statement, said that the pair, Edith Khaemba and Samuel Moli, were nabbed at Afya House by detectives who had been on their radar. The arrest of the duo come after the health CS vowed to weed out corrupt individuals in the health sector. Now, the normal school program was disrupted at Muget Primary School, Moiben, Uasin Gishu County, after angry parents stormed the learning institution and locked all the classrooms over what they said was the lack of teachers for junior secondary school pupils in the school. The irate parents accused the Ministry of Education at both county and national government levels of neglecting the children, saying only 2 JSS teachers were posted to teach 45 pupils armed with padlocks and placards. The parents said JSS pupils have not been learning due to lack of teachers, books and other necessities. And the Ministry of Energy and the National Treasury have been instructed to work with energy sector companies to implement a turnaround strategy to save Kenya Power from the current financial challenges. Kenya Power is expected to sell some of its assets to the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company KETRACO and restructure how its directors are appointed. The utility firm, despite its monotony, has been recording reduced profitability over the last 7 years. Its financial stability is now in question as it has been unable to meet its cash obligations for several years. And popular Kikuyu vernacular artist Lawrence Njuguna, alias DJ Fatso, has been acquitted of murder charges in the death of interior designer Geoffrey Jeff Marthy, who mysteriously died at a city estate in late February. Speaking to journalist, Fatso's lawyer Duncan Okach stated that after reviewing findings from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions exonerated DJ Fatso and ordered an inquest into Marthy's death. The advocate went on to add that his client Fatso has since made a decision to forgive all those who had connected him to Marthy's death. Now, Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa President Dr. Agnes Matilda Kalibata has been appointed to the advisory committee of the president of COP28. In a statement issued by AGRA, the Continental Organization announced Kalibata's membership to the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties, COP28, to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
You're tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, you know, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, after 8 o'clock, and we're looking at traffic in different parts of the city this morning. It is still heavy on the Thika Superhighway, and it'll be that way for some time. But don't worry about that. Coming then towards the Pangani Underpass, as you pass that area, it'll then be smoother for you as you get into the CBD. Are you coming out of Westlands? You're all right on Waiaki Way, more or less. It's moving. If you're on James Gishuru over the drift, it's going to slow down a little bit before you get to that junction of Waiaki Way. Are you coming off Mombasa Road? You're all right as well. Langata Road is starting to pile up. You'll get then to Raila Odinga Way, heading out towards Gong Road at the City Mortuary roundabout. Slows down a little bit, and there's a bit of a hold up as you're then trying to get towards Hurlingham or go towards the city, but you should be all right there as well. Outer Ring, North Airport Road leading towards that area. Some traffic towards the Eastern Bypass, a bumper to bumper, but moving in some parts. So we're still going to be all right. Are you stuck somewhere this morning? What's happening in the craziness of your morning? Let us know and we'll spread the word. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
And the conversation continues at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. We're having an affordable housing conversation this morning, and our guest is already in the studio. But as we start that, looking and welcoming all our audiences on our live streams, Facebook and YouTube, and also to our audience on KTN Home. Excited about next month, where we will see KTN Home relaunch in early next month and have an opportunity to watch your favorite programs, from sports to soaps to children's programs, cartoons, and Club Kiboko. Move to KTN Home, just how you like it, and where our audiences join us this morning as well. As you think about that, ever imagined living in a place where access to electricity and water and amenities are really literally at your fingertips? And you want to own a space like that, having paid rent? Imagine paying rent and the place does not belong to you. Now, wake up from your imagination, because it'll actually be a reality. Centum says, take advantage of owning 1 or 2 bedroom houses around the Two Rivers area. And all you have to do is to walk into your bank and talk to the folks about the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Scheme, and find out how you can get a loan, mortgage rather, of 8 to 9% per annum, and make your dreams and imaginations a reality when it comes to home ownership. Centum says, go have that conversation, and then come on over and purchase one of the 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, homes in some of these areas where everything is literally at your fingertips. How about that when we're about to have a housing conversation this morning? And like I said, the Principal Secretary in the State Department of Housing and Urban Development is with us this morning. Charles Hinga, good morning.
Good morning, and good morning to your listeners.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's been a minute since we had a conversation.
It has.
And housing, affordable housing is a buzzword that everybody is now, it has become a buzzword, a buzz phrase that we're all, looking at, talking about. We'll get into that conversation this morning. Karibu sana to the Situation Room's hot seat. Before we get into it, proverb from Eritrea is what CT wants to share this morning.
Yes. When you throw a stone at God, it comes right back on top of your head. That's an Eritrean proverb.
Okay.
You stop looking at me as though I made it up. It's the Eritreans who made up this proverb, not me.
I'm going to say your middle name's Eritrea, no.
When you throw a stone?
When you throw a stone at God, it comes right back on top of your head. Now that's one stone. Now imagine if you throw more than one stone, what happens?
You get affordable housing.
See, now I was going to ask him what he thought about the proverb, but he's just gone ahead and told us, you throw a few more stones, you get affordable housing. I mean, a stone or two is going to put a house together, isn't it? So do I still need to ask you what you think about the proverb?
Well, I think I have said what I had to say. Right?
I didn't see that one coming.
No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
So maybe affordable housing is a little bit more than a 3 or 2 stones together, isn't it, PS?
Absolutely. And it's more than 4 walls and a roof.
Right. It's front and center of the conversation today. It's also married with the conversation about, so you're going to make us give you 3% of our earnings, doesn't matter what it is. In order for you to make this affordable housing a reality, you're going to come back to us and ask us to do it. Okay, let's start from the very beginning. When you talk about affordable housing, what on earth are we talking about?
And thank you so much again for having me. I think the last time we had this conversation was during COVID time. And so it was virtual.
Yes.
So it's good at least to see you in person.
Indeed.
I think a lot of people today are asking themselves, why are we still talking about affordable housing? When you look at the Jubilee government, housing was front and center of the manifesto. And when you look at the Kenya Kwanza government agenda, in fact, if you look at our president, his DNA is just housing. And sometimes we ask ourselves, why housing? Why is it such a topical issue today? And yet Kenyans, it's not like they're sleeping in the open. And I think it's a fair question. But for us, in order to be able to answer that question, we need to look back and see what is actually our housing market today. And the word that you can use is broken. We have a broken system. And how is it broken, and what are the results that show that it is broken? First of all, over 65% of Kenyans that are living in our urban areas, today they live in slums. You know that as part of my docket, I look after informal settlements. In 2019, when is the last time we did a census of our informal settlements, we had 1,141 informal settlements across the country. 1,141. And you ask yourself, why are we having all these informal settlements? And before I answer that question, then we come to 2017, when our partners at the World Bank conducted a very extensive study. And I'd really like us to, it is available for free. Just download it. It is called Unavailable and Unaffordable. And they did a very serious diagnostics of our housing market in Kenya. And some of the statistics that shows why we are where we are shocking, because at the time, an average cost of a house in Nairobi was 11 million. 11 million. Now, I'm going to use a lot of figures today, and I hope I don't lose you and I don't lose the listeners, but I think it is important for context. If the average house is 11 million, using the current market rates, for a mortgage. And banks are not lending more than 10% outside the KMRC. Forget about the KMRC because that's a part of our intervention. So they give you, if you're lucky, you get 10 years. And it is market-based interest rate. Today, the interest rate is, because the cap is over, it is over 17%. Some people are even seeing their mortgages at 20%. But let's use a conservative figure of 14%. If you have an 11 million house for 10 years at 14%, your monthly repayments is 153,000 shillings a month. Okay? And you know, data doesn't lie. Now, put that figure at the back of your mind, because if you look at our household income data, 75% of all, you know, pay slip carrying Kenyans earn less than 50,000 shillings.
Net?
That's their gross. 50,000.
Repeat that again.
75% of all pay slip carrying, that is, they have a formal job.
Yes.
Okay? They earn less than 50,000 shillings. Okay? 97% of all former Kenyans who are carrying a pay slip again earn less than 150,000. So if an average unit is 11 million at 10 for 10 years at 14%, it means less than actually 3% of the entire market can actually afford. So if you take that and extrapolate it further, 92% of all people who live in Nairobi, they rent. And we've had this debate: do they rent because they like renting, or they rent because they can't afford?
Can't afford to own.
To own. So I think these are all fair conversations. Then coupled with that is you look at certain things that make our housing market. For one of them is land. It's one of the biggest factors of production in terms of housing. Land in Nairobi now is the most expensive in the continent. The study has shown us recently. If you look at other markets, the cost of land vis-a-vis the entire cost of the development, in other markets it's somewhere between 10 and 15%. Ours is somewhere between 30 and 50%, depending on where you're buying.
Okay, so the cost of land, sorry, PS, the cost of land in relation to the
overall development
Correct. Of a particular project.
Correct.
All right.
It's somewhere between 30 and 50%.
Okay.
And we use, say, 40% as an average. So then, therefore, the question that we all have is, how do you need an intervention? Because I've been reading a lot of, on social media, why is government intervening? The market can do that. The question is, if left alone, the market, which is definitely chasing a return, okay, will continue producing for the 2%. And our slums will continue growing. And a few years from now, we're going to look at, this country, and we're going to say, how did we get here? And so we've got to do something. Now, and I'm still going to get to the mechanics of how we want to do it. The other thing that you need to put into consideration is that the Kenyans themselves, okay, in our long-term national strategy, they chose and they said that by the year 2030, we want to have a high quality of life. That is something that they said we want. So how do you get a high quality of life when 65% of your people live in informal settlements and others live in what we call tenements? In Huruma, we go to Pipeline, they have no playing field, you have no water, you have no sewer services, but there is a house, there's a structure. So how do you have a high quality of life if that is what the market is producing? So that's a fair question. So they said, no, let us do something about it. And then lastly, when we bequeathed ourselves with the new constitution, there were certain rights which they are unqualifiable rights. They are non-negotiable rights. Okay? These are social justice rights, which are contained in Article 43 of our constitution. And in that part, the Kenyans said that every Kenyan, not some Kenyans, have a right to housing. And not just housing, but it has to be affordable, it has to be decent, and it must have adequate services. That is a right. And therefore, now that brings me to the most topical issue. You know, you can bequeath yourself as many rights as you want.
Yeah.
And that is fair, right? The question is how do you fund those rights?
With a right that is bequeathed upon yourself as a citizen, or saying that as vanguards of the same citizens, who is responsible then for providing either the environment within which those rights then can be lived out, or then bears the responsibility to provide, in this case, the money to make those rights then, again, lived out.
And that is why the biggest public participation that Kenyans do happens every 5 years. Because every 5 years, our politicians go out there and sell their manifesto. Because part of the manifesto is to tell you how are they going to fulfill your rights and how are they going to use your money. And so they come up with manifestos. And the interesting part of this conversation is that if you look at the two main protagonists in the 2022 general election, housing was front and center of their manifesto.
Yes.
Okay? Meaning that whichever formation was going to win, housing was going to be a topical issue. So the question still lies, okay, how are you going to finance? Now, it's an important question because while they are selling the manifesto to you, they also have a responsibility of telling you how will they provide those rights. Because you see, the problem is that, you know, they can come and promise you everything. They can promise you everything that they want to promise you when they are looking for your vote.
Sure.
I think our biggest mistakes as Kenyans is that we have actually never gotten to a point where we say, can you cost your manifesto? You see, if you look at the US, for example, and they do the same thing. They promise we're going to do this, we're going to do that, education, but their manifesto is costed. So that they tell you we're going to borrow so much, we're going to tax you X. So the challenge with our system is that we get all carried away by the slogans and the excitement of being on top of cars and all those things. And we forget to ask the pertinent question, is how will you fund?
Okay, so let's ask you, Bwanahinga, because you're a structural man. We've had conversations with you about the BRT. We've had conversations about decongesting the city in terms of traffic. You were not put in this position because, you know, somebody licked their finger and put it in and saw which way the wind was blowing on a particular day. There's a reason why you were put there.
Right.
So there's some expertise that you have. We've seen things that you've written, work in the southern part of the continent. You were picked for a reason. So you tell us then, how should these things be costed? Because these numbers that you're giving us this morning are staggering. That only 2% of the country's working population, even if they weren't working, are able to afford their own homes.
Yes.
And we're not saying buy cash. And even this affordability we're talking about is paying on a monthly basis, right? We're talking about 92% of the people who live within any urban area are renting.
Yes.
Are not able to buy. So if somebody comes and stands on top of a vehicle, as you say, and say, well, we're going to make a housing affordable for everybody, from the position in which you sit in today, as the man who runs housing and urban development, how is it supposed to work? Who's supposed to fund
That's
it?
a very, very fair question. And let me answer it this way first. It's important for our dear Kenyans to know that government has got no money of its own. Government has largely two sources of money. It has tax, and where there's a shortfall, it borrows money. Those are the only two avenues that government... So whatever promises you got, if you were to cost them, it's either going to increase your taxes or it's going to increase your levels of borrowing. And that's the plain truth. Number 3, The only alternative to that is what we call PPP, private-public partnership. And that is how we want to deliver this housing, through public-private partnership. And in itself, it has got its own limitations. Okay? And what are those limitations? Essentially, what we are saying is that we get an investor, and we tell that investor, build these houses for these prices because this is what we believe Kenyans can afford. Okay? And government is going to do X, you do Y, and then Kenyans will do Z. So what is that? Okay? Government says, I will provide you with the land at no cost. So you're not buying the land. So if you go back to the original figures that I provided, we slash off, say, 40% of the total cost of the development when government provides land at no cost. Because the expectation is that you will have to cap the selling price. Because otherwise, if you don't cap the selling price, these investors will take that and will convert it into some more shillings in their bank account. So you provide land and you ensure that the value of that land goes to the actual buyers. That's number one. Number two, you must service that land. Servicing the land means you must be able to put trunk infrastructure so that you are able to achieve the decent and adequate housing. Because if you don't do water, if you don't do sewer, if you don't do electricity, if you don't do internet, which has become a utility, okay, those houses are not meeting the threshold for adequate housing with basic services. All right? Now, that part alone of the horizontal infrastructure accounts for another 15% of the total cost. Then government says, in addition to that, because I'm the one who is in charge of taxes, I am not going to tax you, Mr. Developer. With the cement you're going to use to build those houses, don't pay VAT. The steel, no VAT. Whatever you import, no VAT. Why? Because VAT in our sector is a real cost.
Yes.
That's add to another 10%. I hope you're adding up these figures because I will demonstrate to you how those interventions have actually translated into what numbers.
Right.
So 40% is off, 15% is off, then you have another 10% through the taxes. You're at 65. Now, the 11 million average house that you were building in 2017 today has gone down to 3 million. Okay? Because of just government intervention. And no, government is not, and I think people confuse and they think that government is building the houses. No. Government is intervening because you have a broken system. And when you have a broken system, you can't massage your way out of it. You know, you must take hard knocks. Okay? So we say, let's forgo these taxes. All right? When we are taxing more, but you say for this particular case, we are forgoing the taxes. Why? Because there is no way an average Kenyan can own a home when it is at 11 million. So we start with the answer or what is the known and we calculate back to the unknown. When we did our calculations, now based on the figures I gave you, if 50% of average Kenyans and 75% of average Kenyans of Kenyans earn 50,000 and below, you ask yourself, someone who is carrying a payslip of 50,000, what kind of a home can they afford? You start looking at 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. Someone earning 100,000, what can they be able to afford? Up to 150,000, which is 97% of the people who, by the way, those people, even if they were to walk into a bank and apply for a mortgage, some of them may qualify, but then they have to pay almost their entire salary.
Yeah.
And in fact, there is a part of the law that says you can't deduct someone more than a third. Two-thirds. So a third must stay. Okay? So I hope that is now starting to put a bit of context of the challenge that we have and how we are solving it. So even if government has brought down those costs, because we have brought down those costs. If you go to Park Road, a 3-bedroom, 60 square meter unit is going for 3 million. A 2-bedroom, 40 square meter is going for 2 million.
And we're saying that this is now possible because of these hard knock interventions that government has taken to make it happen.
Okay. Now, The 3 million unit in Park Road, same size, outside Park Road, in the same vicinity, is going for 7.6 million. So today, if we were to allow people to sell those houses, they'll sell them for 7.65 million. Okay? So therefore, the subsidies that government has already provided into that program has ensured, okay, that value has been passed on to an average Kenyan.
Okay.
Now,
I want us to take a break on that note so that we can come back and we want to see how we can then take what you're saying. This 3%, is still hanging over
the
our
3%, we must talk about it.
We must talk about it to see then how that translates into these things. And CT has that look on his face because he's got questions and he wants to...
Bring it on.
All right. Situation Room is also serving you some of the best tea in the country, as is tea. The Situation Room is serving the tea and the tea this morning. Your ginger, your lemon, your hibiscus, your green tea from the rolling tea estates of Kiptagich in Kurusoi South District brings you a premium blend that is sold around the world, but it's also sold here in Kenya, and you can get it right off the shelves. Not low quality, the best quality in the market today. I&M is also saying to you that you can walk into their offices today armed with your payslip and a letter from your employer and have access to Kenya's largest unsecured loan today, and it'll give you up to 96 months to pay it back. That is 8 years, and you then can go into those projects that you are interested in. Having a conversation with I&M today, and they're also saying we'll give you 5,000 shillings today. Talk to us on our social media, Spice FM KE on Facebook and on Twitter, and let us know what you would do with 5,000 bob today, and I&M gives that to you even as you explore the largest unsecured loan in Kenya today.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba. Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali. Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali. Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now, stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
All right, looking at traffic in different parts of the city, still heavy coming off the Thika Super Highway. We'll see some of that at the Pangani underpass, but that's just about the size of it. It's moving, so you're all right. Nothing at a deadlock or a standstill. Coming off of Kiambu Road as well, it looks pretty good, and we'll keep an eye on that, but you should be okay as you get towards Muthaiga Square and then out into the CBD. Looking at some traffic also coming off of Uhuru Highway right at that Haile Selassie Junction. Gong Road also pretty busy right about now, and we're looking at traffic on James Gishuru. Literally, we're looking at it because it's not moving. It's a standstill as you try to get onto that junction at Wayaki Way, but you should be okay in a few as the traffic police are in the area and they're trying to get that moving. So, sit tight. It should be okay in a bit. Outer Ring is okay for now, but we're looking at North Airport Road that connects there with some traffic right at this moment. We'll keep an eye on things. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter. Twenty-three minutes to 9 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation is having an affordable housing conversation this morning, and we are joined by the Principal Secretary in State Department of Housing and Urban Development, Charles Hinga. CT has many questions.
Not really. The what Dr. Hinga has explained makes perfect sense. Because if you are asking about, we talk about cost of production. Now, if you talk about the cost of housing, and you understand the role that the government plays, one, in terms of the value and the cost of land, how that contributes to the eventual cost of the house, and then you look at the government business when it comes to levying taxes and just doing what government does in order to raise revenue. Now, the moment you remove that, it doesn't require too much thinking. That cost will automatically go down. But there's this small matter. When it's a PPP, you're dealing with a private entity whose key mandate usually is to make a little profit. So does that mean that we will cap the profit, meaning there's a limit to how much profit you can actually make?
Absolutely. Yes. And before we went on the break, I was, because I need to land. It's important that I land because
always a good thing, yeah.
It's always good to land because sometimes I landed the hard way because in 2018,
yes,
now Hussein was in government and Citizen, took me to the cleaners because I didn't land, and I was known as the lottery man because it was left hanging. So allow me to land.
Please land.
So I still want to let's use the 3 million, which is the higher side of now the affordable housing program, so that we introduce now the housing fund. So government has done all the interventions we have done, from the cost of land to the horizontal infra to taxes, and it's not just VAT. If you're a first-time homeowner, there is no stamp duties. You get a 300,000 a year mortgage relief once you start repaying. When you're saving towards a home, you get an affordable housing relief. There is so many taxes. As a matter of fact, any import that comes in, the cost of import declaration duty is lower for affordable housing. The railway development levy is lower for affordable housing. There is so much the government has done so that we can get to the answer. So we started with the answer and then went back to the unknown. How do you get there?
Right.
Now we've gotten to the answer. Today we have a 3 million unit house. Now let's get to the financing side. Because even if you build that 3 million, is how much will it cost per month?
Yes.
For someone to afford it.
Yes.
Now, I think we've done exemplary well to move it from 11 to 3. But here are some raw statistics. Again, if we leave it to the market. Now I've left 11. Remember 11 million, the repayments were 153,000 a month. Now, 3 million at the same market rate of 10 years, 14%. It is 47,000
per month.
Per month. Okay? 47,000.
Over what period of time?
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Because that's what the market is giving you. Okay? So, then you ask yourself, why is government getting involved in the financing aspect of it? It is simply because at 47,000 a month, again, very few Kenyans will afford.
Yes.
So, what did we determine? We said, someone who is earning 50,000, can they be able to pay 15,000 shillings? Can they be able to pay 15,000? Can they be able to pay 10,000? Can they be able to pay 5,000? Okay, because that's what they are paying for those shacks.
Yes.
And that's what they're paying for those tenements. So you're saying, can I put you in the same position that you are in today so that it's not costing you more? But now I can put you in a decent house that you will own. Okay? So to do that, how do you move 47 to 15? You have to alter the financing aspect of it. Okay? And how do you alter? You have to mess up with two you have to mess up with two items.
You have to rejig two
You have to rejig
items.
the interest rate. Okay? Now, to move from 14% to almost half of it, and if possible, at 5%.
Okay.
Okay? I, as a principal secretary, I am a beneficiary of a government-enabled mortgage at 5%.
Now, what sorcery is this? Because how does that happen?
Because it is an entitlement under the government scheme. But majority of Kenyans, and that's what the president was asking the other day, was saying, the MPs enjoy that. The judiciary, they enjoy that. They all enjoy employer-backed schemes. But at how much? At 5%.
5%.
So, if I was to... And 5% is not a thumbsuck. Okay, it's not some number we say picky, picky, ponky, right? The 5% is a number that allows you, with your salary, to be able now to pay for that mortgage. Number two, you have got to rejig the tenure. So 10 years doesn't work. Okay? So we have then, so I'm coming from the answer now to the question.
Yeah.
Right? So the answer is that I need a solution for Kenyans to own this home, that we have now brought down the cost from 11 to 3 million. I need to give them interest rate of 5.
Yes.
I need to give them a tenure that is longer than 10. How do you do that? If I go to the banks, they'll tell you to get lost.
Yes, of course.
Okay? Because they're telling you, why must I invest in 5% when I can do nothing and just go and take treasury bonds and I get 14%? I am not a, this is people's money. And people are investing their money with us, right? So there is no way the bank can provide a mortgage at 5%.
It's not in their business
It's
to do
not
it.
in their business.
Yeah.
Okay? The banks have, and I don't want to get very technical, but they have rules, Basel rules and all those things of how much they can hold a certain asset class. And so for them to give you 10 years, it's not because they don't want to give you more, but it's because of the risk-weighted, what CBK has imposed and how long they can hold that asset. Okay? Because remember, and like I said, I don't want to get very technical. For every mortgage they give, they must park some money with the bank, with central bank. Okay? So, so the banks are not necessarily the solution to that. Who is the solution? It has to be government. And that what brings us to the housing fund. Because then we are saying, if you build those houses, if you ask the investor, I have given you the land, and I'm going to give you an example. If I give you the land, I give you all these promises. Please build these houses. Will the Kenyans buy those houses? They will want to buy, but the investor is going to say, these guys can't afford it.
Yes.
So, about 2 months ago, we advertised 50 parcels. It was in the papers. It was in your paper here. 50 parcels of land. These parcels of land, we are offering them to investors to build houses at no cost to them. So you're not asking them to buy. Unfortunately, these parcels of land were largely in the western side of Kenya. right? So we had a lot of parcels in Kisii, in Nyamira. We had Kehancha in Migori. We had Homa Bay. We had Bungoma. Out of 50 parcels, only 2 parcels were taken.
Why?
Because the investor who is sitting there is looking and saying, there's no way I'm investing my money in Kehancha or Karachuonyo. I'm not. But if you give me land in Nairobi, when we gave them land in Nairobi, there was a queue.
It was oversubscribed.
Over 23 of them in the queue fighting for that piece of land. Okay? Those are realities. So essentially, even if you have provided all these things as government, again, if you leave it to the market, they look and they say, I'm not going to Maralal in Samburu. No, but we know there are Kenyans in Samburu.
Yeah.
And we know the Kenyans in Samburu want housing. Okay? And the constitution didn't say some Kenyans. It says all Kenyans.
Right.
So therefore, we determined that in order for us to be able now to provide those houses at those prices, 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, we have got to do something that every Kenyan knows how to do.
And that is?
A national chama. It's like a national circle. Right? Because...
Dr. Hinga.
Listen to me.
You're saying, essentially, this thing which is a tax, not a tax.
It's
a
not
fund,
a tax.
not a... Okay, it's not a tax. A fund, not a fund. Now what we're saying is that it's everybody coming together in a society to put funds together so that everybody can have a house.
Correct. It's a chama. And just like any other chama, you have rules. Right? In this case, we are saying contribute 3% of your salary, but we cap it. We've capped it. The highest earning person will only pay 2,500. So me as Hinga, I'll only pay 2,500.
Every month.
Every month. 2,500 in 7 years, because context is important, is 210,000. So in other words, if I was to tell Hinga, you have the option, pay 210,000 today, you put it in the fund and forget about it, okay? Or I deduct it over a period of time. But it's only 210. Majority of Kenyans will pay 1,000 shillings. 1,000 into the fund. That is 84,000 in 7 years. So even when we talk about when there is an uproar about the housing fund and the numbers, it's not like we're bankrupting Kenyans. But why is this figure important? You know, this figure is important because when we changa together into this, it's a saving. We're saving together into this scheme, right? I can now go to the same investors that looked at me when I told them, take this land in Kehancha, in Maralal, in Karachuonyo, and they basically told me to get lost. I can still go back to them and tell them, now, build those houses. Okay, I've given you the land, I've given you the taxes, I've given you the infrastructure. Now, I give them something which is called an off-take guarantee. Why? Because we are changaing money. And the collective, your 2,500, your 2,500, my 2,500, the 1,000 for Wanjiko is going to give us, plus the voluntary is going to give us 9 billion a month.
Assuming that how many people are onto this fund?
No, but remember, we have statistics. We have 3 million plus Kenyans who are formally employed. Okay? The employer is contributing and you are contributing. When you work out those numbers at 100%, plus a small portion, conservative portion of voluntary, because the people who are in the informal, the Juakali and those guys, will also contribute. Our estimate is 9 billion a month.
Okay.
Now, with 9 billion a month, I can start projects in every corner of this country without consideration as to what the investor is saying. Because I'll tell the investor, you build, use your money to build, okay? Hand over the keys to me. In exchange of keys, I give you the money and you go. And you don't have to worry about a Samburu girl, Sijui, a Masai, whatever, Sijui, a Kisi from, you know. You don't have to worry about those guys, right? Because we know out of this fund, because we're not borrowing, it is a saving, right? We're saving together. Now I can be able to give you, interest rate at 5%. I can give you 30 years to pay.
But people have contributed for you to build the house.
Yes.
So, but they're still going to come and take a mortgage on that house?
Exactly.
Please explain how this
So
is
let me
going to
explain.
work. Because I think that's where the uproar is from.
I know. And then I know
Charles.
some...
Yeah, because folks are saying, wait a minute.
Gabriel, what is his name?
You guys have gotten this 9 billion and you're getting this 9 billion from us every month.
Mm-hmm.
We've been told that Kenyans will be able to come back and get it later. But then if I want to own a house, I still have to come and get a mortgage. But I've contributed to the scheme in the first place.
But you see,
what are the mechanics of it?
If you pay 1,000, there is no way 1,000 can get you to even for rent. Okay? But the 1,000 has enabled us to build the houses en masse.
Okay.
Okay? Because the investor, we are exiting the investor. Okay? When they finish, they give us the keys, we pay them, they go. Right? Then you, Kenyan, who is in Maral, now you enter into that house. And we enter now into a contract. Now you switch. You switch from paying rent where you're paying 5,000. And I tell you, continue paying the same 5,000 into this scheme. Okay? For 30 years, the house is yours. Some of them have paid 30 years rent and they've died and they have nothing to bequeath, whatever. A lot of people, they retire. The biggest expense in retirement is rent. So you're saying, please start now, okay? Pay the 1,000. The 1,000 is pooling of money. It's like pension. You know how pension works? I'm 30 years and I'm contributing to pension, but my money is used to exit someone who is at 60.
Yes.
Okay? It's pooling of money. It's insurance. You pay insurance. Behind it, they're very complicated mechanics. But you pay a premium, all right? But if you get an accident, they pay you for the full amount.
Sure.
Okay? But your premium is not equivalent to the... Okay? It is the principle of pooling of money. So when we pool money together, all right, people will start owning houses at different stages, at different points.
Terry, there's something I want to ask you. The vast majority of the people who live in this country are not in formal employment.
Correct.
Now, what plan do you have to accommodate such people? Because they are all involved in some grouping or the other, some SACCO or the other.
Correct.
And some SACCOs even have a housing component where people contribute to it. Some have a component for buying plots.
Yes.
How is the government tapping into this? Because these are already organized groups. Their thinking is clear.
Correct.
And they fall into the category of these rent-paying Kenyans.
Correct.
Who, in many instances, would very dearly want to own a house.
Now, that's a very fair question. So let me put it this way. I was born in an informal settlement in Nakuru. I was born in Bondeni. I lived in Kwaronda.
You grew up in Nakuru?
I grew up in Nakuru.
As did I.
So you see, we are mates now, right? So I was born in Nakuru in an informal settlement.
Yes.
My dad was a civil servant. He's late now. Who was earning 6,000 shillings. Okay? My dad joined a SACCO. And we went and bought land in Bahati. Part of Nakuru.
Yeah, I know about
that. The scheme was called Guatanero.
Yes. Well, remember, it was a land buying company.
It was a land buying company.
The other one was called Defo.
Defo, yes. So now I can see we can talk about our stories. Okay. So, and I want to use the story of my dad because it is a story of many Kenyans that have gone the SACCO way. So SACCOs, by the way, I must commend them. They have done more than even the other financial institutions in terms of our mortgages from banks are less than 30,000.
Yes.
But for SACCOs, they're almost 100,000. But what is the SACCO model? So my dad joined this scheme. He saved a little bit of money. They bought land collectively. Okay? You repay the loan that you took from the SACCO. And then you borrow some more money now to start building your house. Okay? You know, 9 years later, my dad passed away without ever completing that house. Okay? That is the story of many Kenyans. Because it takes you average 7 to 9 years through the SACCO model. But it is doing something, but it is too long. In our scheme, we are saying, let us bring the money together. Government provides you with the land. So you remember, the first part is you save to buy the land. I'm saying you don't need to do that anymore. You don't need to do that anymore because I am giving you land
go
for free.
Straight to building the house.
Exactly. And I'm saying don't borrow the money yourself to build the house. I will tell the investor to build those houses. And they'll build them in 2 years. In 2 years' time, you'll be in your house, not 9, if you're lucky. That is the difference. That is only happening because you have given us the ammunition. And this ammunition that we're talking about, this collective saving that we are talking about, all right?
Is your 3%.
Is your 3% capped at 2,500. So I'm saying I'm not bankrupting you today, but your 2,500 is so important because collectively we're able to. Now, your second question, the Juakali guy.
All of them are in some circles.
18 million to 20 million of Kenyans are informally employed.
Yes, they are.
And in fact, we believe that those who are informally employed will actually, once the fund gets going and the noise has died, and you see, there is another issue which is a trust issue. You see, people don't trust us. They don't trust government because in the past we've done so many manga things, right? So when they see a housing fund, they see this is another scheme.
Another route for you to steal even that 2,500 shillings.
Exactly.
You're going to steal it.
So we must earn the trust of the Kenyans, okay? And we are going to earn the trust of Kenyans through this program, all right? So when an ordinary, like when you go to Park Road, I have 55 Juakali artisans that are homeowners.
Who own units.
I have 8 matatu stage workers. And stage workers are not owners. Stage workers are touts.
They are my numbers.
And drivers. 8 of them are homeowners. I have a woman who came to my office and she sells eggs. And she converted the trays of eggs into a house. That's the face of Kenya. Why? Because we were able to finance them. We were not able to do 5, we financed them at 7. We're not able to do 30, we finance them at 25 years. But without the housing fund, I can only do 1 project, 2 projects. But with the housing fund, I can start a project in every part of the country as we speak right now. And I'm so advanced. You see those parcels that were, the people left, they refused to take them. Plus others. I have 569 parcels of land today that I can release in every part of this country. But there is one last part that if you forget about everything that I have said, I really want you to understand. Why housing? Why has housing been center forward? Because remember, we've said it's not that Kenyans are living on top of trees or Kenyans are sleeping in the open air. Okay? So there is what I have dealt with is the aspect of decency, adequate, affordable, and even ownership. Okay, because people are saying, why are you talking about ownership? Okay, why my domestic worker doesn't have to own a home? Why?
And the question is, why not? Why shouldn't?
Why not? But we are also saying, let's talk about affordable rental. But before I get distracted and talk about that, let me put it this way. People are asking, why housing? Why did Jubilee government talk about housing? Why is Kenya Kwanza government talking about housing? Why did Azimio have housing as front and center of their manifesto? It is because, and this is something people keep on missing, that the existential risk in this country today is unemployment. It is unemployment. The youth bulge. People leaving universities and TIs and all these TVET colleges, and they cannot get a job.
And this essentially will solve it. We can't unpack all of this today, but one thing I would urge is a comeback on this.
I can come back tomorrow, I'll come back Saturday.
Because the way to understand it and to maybe get rid of some of the politics is for explainers like this to happen.
Exactly. And allow me just to finish that part, one part, and I'm going to be very quick. So, if you disaggregate a house into components and you build them at scale, so let me give you some interesting numbers. If you build 200,000 homes at scale, that is 18 million bags of cement. Do we produce cement in Kenya?
Yes.
We do. The problem today is because we are not building at scale, even those plants are not operating at optimal.
Yes, they're not.
So we have so many cement. Now, to move the cement from the factory, there's people who's working. There's a truck driver. There's someone who's working on site. So jobs created. But take it from cement to sockets. How many sockets are in a house? Do you know we import hinges in this country? We import hinges. How many hinges are in a door?
And so many of those things can happen even as we speak.
Every piece of that is an industry. So when you talk about manufacturing, manufacturing cannot just happen from nowhere. We must create what is called consumptive demand.
This is the reason why you must come back. Our time has run out. Back. Thank you so much, P.S. Charles Hinger, the State Department for Housing and Urban Development. We hope to have you in the hot seat again. Round about now, it's time for the news. It's 8 o'clock.
Sudan since battles between Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his former deputy Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, who leads a paramilitary force, erupted in April. The United Nations has said more than $3 billion will be needed to provide urgent aid in the conflict-ravaged nation, where 1 person in 3 already relied on humanitarian assistance before the war. Now, tension is high in Loruk area in Baringo North after bandits raided, shooting 1 person and seriously injuring him. Over 300 cows were driven away towards Parker Hills in Tiati. The bandits, who were heavily armed, struck at around 12 p.m. while the cows were grazing. They started shooting indiscriminately, forcing herders to run away. Police, who engaged the bandits in a fierce shootout, were overpowered as bandits made away with the loot. These as Interior CS Kithure Kindiki is today expected to be in Baringo in the pass out of police reservists. Now, police in Kuria West, Migori County have launched investigations into the death of a 29-year-old man. Area Police Commander Kleti Kimayo said the body was found in a rented house at Mabera in Bugumbe West location. Police suspect that the deceased, whose death was reported by his widow Faith Kerubo, was murdered. And 1 person died and another injured following an accident in Syokimau, Machakos County. The incident, which happened on Katani Road, saw 2 motorbikes collide head-on. The motorbikes collided after the border operator slowed down in order to pave way for an oncoming vehicle, only to be rammed into. And property of an unknown value has been lost following a fire incident at Father Kun Mixed Secondary School in Chepsonoi, Nandi County. The fire reportedly started in one of the dormitories and later spread to 2 classrooms. Nandi County fire team arrived at the scene and helped put out the fire before it could cause more distraction. And a junior secondary school teacher has been arrested and arraigned at the Kajiado Law Courts for allegedly sodomizing his 16-year-old nephew. The accused, 30-year-old George Sane, was presented before the principal magistrate Edgar Kagoni. He was charged with sodomizing the student on diverse dates between April 2023 and December last year, when the boy underwent circumcision and was placed under his care. The national government has agreed to dispatch equipment and personnel to rehabilitate Lake Kanyaboli dike that burst Sunday, causing massive flooding upstream in Siaya County and Busia County. The move follows an appeal by Busia Governor Paul Tuoma, calling upon the state and other agencies to intervene and avert a looming environmental and humanitarian crisis across the entire Yala Swamp ecosystem. Speaking during a joint disaster committee meeting with Busia, Siaya and Lake Agro Limited, Otuoma stated that the national government, through Public Service Cabinet Secretary Aisha Juma, had committed to dispatch National Youth Service personnel and equipment to rehabilitate the dike. Now, more than 1,000 shops in Tanzania's busiest market remained shut for a 3rd day as traders protested a new tax in a rare public protest against the government. Stores in Kariakoo, a massive market located in the financial capital Dar es Salaam, closed their doors, calling for an end to multiple taxes, harassment by police and the tax collectors after the new levy came into effect last month. The closures are Kariakoo, a commercial hub that trades with other regions and neighboring countries, came as the East African nation witnesses a gradual opening of freedoms under President Samia Suluhu Hassan, who came to power 2 years ago. Hassan's predecessor, John Magufuli, who died in 2021 after 6 years of heavy-handed rule, was nicknamed the bulldozer for his hardline policies. And 4 indigenous children missing for more than 2 weeks after plane crash in the Colombian Amazon have been found alive. This is according to President Gustavo Petro, who said that was the joy for the country. Petro shared the news on Twitter, saying the children were discovered after urges such efforts by the military. Authorities had deployed more than 100 soldiers with sniffer dogs to search for the miners who were traveling in an airplane that crashed on the Amazon on May 1st, killing 3 adults. An education leader invoked a procedure known as mutual death, whereby the opposition-led National Assembly is dissolved and snap elections will be called according to a decree published on the website. Now, Lasso, who took office in 2021, is accused of interfering in the negotiation of a shipping contract related to export of oil products. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
Okay, so still some traffic in certain parts of the city, but it seems to have dwindled in most other parts. You'll be able to get off Wayakiwe onto the Red Hill Link Road, no problems there. On Mombasa Road into the city, not an issue. So the little hold-ups here and there on Langata Road, you can survive. There'll be bumper to bumper as you get to your junctions at City Mortuary, as you get then into Hurlingham, down Valley Road into the city, coming off of Kenyatta Avenue. CBD is where most of it is happening this morning. Other parts of the city look like they're doing just all right. Where might you be stuck this morning? I hope not too badly. Looking at North Airport Road, heading out towards Outer Ring, and then through towards the Eastern Bypass. We'll have some hold. It still continues there for at least a little bit. But apart from that, it seems to be doing just all right. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter and keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
After 9 o'clock on Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, where we want to remind you that that KTN Home is rebranding early next month for all your favorite programming in sports, in kids programming, cartoons and Club Kiboko, as well as your favorite soaps, your children's programs. Move to KTN Home now, just how you like it. And also remember that if you're imagining moving, living in an area where your amenities are close, where there's an uninterrupted supply of water and electricity, whereby you can take a walk in the evening to debunk from the day and still be close enough to home to be comforted, you can wake up to that reality. And Centum says, take advantage of owning some of the pieces that they have right around the two rivers. And what you need to do today is walk into your bank and ask about the Kenya mortgage refinancing program and see how you can get a mortgage at 8 to 9% and start to walk the dream towards home ownership today. Reminding you of those as we get into our final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on The Situation Room this morning. Our guest for this hour is already in the studio, and we'll introduce him in a minute as we get into things. Today's proverb from Eritrea.
Yes, this is our second last day. Mheshimiwa, we'll want you to tell us what you think of the proverb after I have actually read it.
Thank you.
When you throw a stone at God, it comes right on top. It comes back right on top of your head. Throw a stone at God, stone comes back on your head. What do you make of it?
And of course, I think God is has a final say on everything, and so you cannot challenge him, you cannot question him, and everything starts and ends with God.
Okay. And in some places, an introduction. Martin, Honorable Martin Webuye is, Honorable Martin Pepela is the MP for Webuye East. And he's also a member of the National Assembly's Committee on Health.
Exactly.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante sana for inviting me here today. I think the first time I'm here.
It is.
I'm a member of Webuye East, a member of Parliament. This being my first day here, the first person with albinism being elected in the Republic of Kenya. Oh. Exactly. I'm the first one.
You are the first one.
I was the first to be. 2013, I was nominated as an MCA. 2017, I was elected as an MCA, and here I am, elected as a member of Parliament.
Oh, karibu sana.
I don't know what tomorrow holds, but
for now we deal with today.
God, yeah.
And you're in the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you so much.
And there are some hot questions about a hot issue that is taking place today. So, in addition to being Member of Parliament for Webuye East, you also sit on the Committee for Health.
Yes.
And jumping right into that conversation this morning, we were dealt the blows from the beginning of the story last week about the issues that are rocking KEMSA. But it's not the first time. It did not start with the mosquito net tender scandal. Neither did it start even with the COVID billionaires. Before that, we saw other things. Today in the dailies, if we can give this some context, the EACC, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, has told us that the majority of health projects are mad in graft. Money that was supposed to go for certain projects, money that was supposed to make sure that the infrastructure of the health system in the country doesn't happen, money that was supposed to ensure that there was proper distribution of elements, whether it was from donor-funded projects or otherwise in terms of medicine. There is an element of corruption in each and every one of these, especially when it has to do with KEMSA. The burning question that we have today, we've seen a shake-up at KEMSA. Some people have been asked to go home. Some people have been sacked. Some people have been suspended. There has been a total restructuring of things. So, Mheshimiwa, the question is this morning, as you sit on the Committee of Health, where is this conversation? And have you been able to deliberate on it?
Thank you so much. Of course, when we were campaigning, especially as a member of Kenya Kwanza, there's one thing we promised the people of Kenya, that we will not leave anybody behind in terms of access to healthcare, and we are going to implement UHC. At the center of UHC is KEMSA. KEMSA is in charge of purchasing, or rather procuring, warehousing, and distribution of pharmaceuticals. And so KEMSA is as important as the realization of UHC. And that's why I think as a committee, we've sat with KEMSA not once, not twice, to see how we can be able to turn around KEMSA to ensure that it can be able to live true to its mandate. But I think really, I remember the first time when we sat with the CEO that time, she sounded to be helpless. She sounded to be somebody really who is just waiting to leave. I remember even that first meeting, the board did not really appear. When we had summoned the board did not appear. So there's actually KEMSA's problem is just is both administrative, it's leadership, and even policy-wise, because I think there's need also to, beyond just sacking the people that have gone, which I think for me was a good move, because GOK, the government of Kenya, only gives KEMSA around 400 million. Much of the money that helps KEMSA to run is donor funded. And there's no way donors can continue supporting KEMSA is if there's no trust and confidence in terms of what they're doing. So I think really as a committee, we've even today summoned the KEMSA leadership to appear before the committee plus the CS to be able to explain really what they know and why we are in this state. And I want to really assure the country, for us as a committee, we are committed to ensuring that we give a statement or a report that really will be able to live through the expectation of the people, and will not leave anybody will not spare anybody. As a committee, we are ready and willing to be able to get to the bottom of this matter. But I think really the way we just said it, addressing the issue of healthcare in this country is beyond KEMSA. There's also NHIF. As we speak today, there are so many hospitals today who are unable to treat people just because NHIF is not remitting their contributions. They are not remitting the money that they owe these hospitals. And yet, the people continue paying money through Linda Mama, through NHIF cards and all that. So I think addressing the issue of health in this country requires actions beyond just what we are seeing president doing. But I think I'm happy that for the first time we are seeing a president who is not winning through arguments, but through action, and that's what really we want to see in this country. We don't want just people to go to the media, try to defend their case, how they are fighting corruption. We want to see action being taken by the relevant agencies, by even the number one himself, the way he has done with the KEMSA, the way he has done with these other guys these are the ministries. So I think really that's what we want to see.
Okay, so from the things that you've said so far, it is clear that the problem here is corruption.
Exactly.
The problem here is corruption, it is impunity. Because let's make a list. If we talk about KEMSA, there's a list under the title KEMSA of things that have gone belly up, that have gone bad. If you want to start with the most recent case, something clearly went wrong.
Yeah.
Another number was thrown at us yesterday of 874 million that people received money for just before the general election, all coming out of KEMSA. Before that, money that was meant to procure PPEs during COVID, again, disappeared under KEMSA and made people rich. The problem is not KEMSA, the problem is corruption.
Exactly.
Let's look at the MES scandal, whereby, again, still another health issue, whereby equipment came into the country that was supposed to sort people out, whether it was radiotherapy, whether it was ultrasound. What is this thing that we do? Dialysis machines sitting in different parts of the country, not being used. Meanwhile, these people are being paid money every month for leasing. Health Committee, which you were not a member of at that time, came back, did not name any names. They just told us, yes, money has been lost, and that's it.
And yet that money is deducted from the intended coffers of the county government.
Exactly.
So what is,
and that's why even as a committee, like on the issue of MES, we've been very clear. The previous health committee were unable to interrogate the contract of MES. But for us, we've said, for us to put money in this budget, this 2023-2024 budget, they must be able to make available the contract that is binding the county government and the ministry as far as this program of, or rather project of MES is concerned. Because see, there are counties where there's some equipment that are being given that they don't need, or even they don't have the necessary manpower or the human resource to be able to operationalize those particular equipment. So that's why you're saying, as a government, probably as even as a committee, we want to be able to see value for our money. And how do you explain? Like KEMSA, there are around 400 staff who are being paid and they are not working. They're working at home, from home. How? And so there's so many issues within the Ministry of Health. And which for me, I'm just hoping and praying that Susan will be able to have the necessary guts and courage and face all these scandals and all this mess within her ministry, and she can be able to live to true what she promised the people of Kenya when she was being vetted by the Committee on Appointment led by the Speaker himself. So there's so many issues that one can agree.
If we're to speak bluntly on this subject, really, do you honestly think that any CS in the Ministry of Health, whether it's a current one or any, yes, you know where I'm going with this. I see you laughing. Do you really think that just the individual is able to sort out this problem that we have seen in the Ministry of Health that has traversed very many governments? It's not this government, it's not the previous ones. There's always been an issue there. And there are people whose power seems to go beyond that of the CS.
Indeed.
Yes.
Because, I mean, I'm just going to contribute to that, Mweshimiwa. The most immediate former CS stood on the steps of Afia House at the beginning of his tenure.
Yes.
And he said, we are going to root out all the cartels here in this mafia house, pointed with his thumb behind him, and said in those years under his administration, corruption and impunity was going to be a thing of the past from Afia House.
And this was a CS who
No
we
sooner
believe
than-
had the serious support of the then president. And then what did we see?
COVID billionaires.
Yeah, but I think as Obama one time said that every time is the right time to do the right thing. Maybe this might be the right time to fix corruption within the Ministry of Health once and for all.
I agree with you. You see, I do not doubt that the minister, the current CS, will make the necessary effort. I am simply saying it will not be enough, because we have seen CSs who we believed had the support even of the sitting president, and yet things just kept going wrong, and you wonder what on earth is going on here. We even saw the immediate former president sack a whole slew of procurement officers within government.
Exactly.
Well, they were stopped, they were suspended from work. Did that change anything? The answer is a resounding no, it did not change anything. So now, it brings this discussion back to Parliament, because the only organ we have that has the teeth to genuinely do anything about such matters is Parliament.
Exactly. And that's what I think, as I've said, right from when we were considered as a committee, we have been able to interrogate the issue of mess, which Kenyans themselves did not really believe that it was the right thing to do. We've demanded for the contract, which we've said we are not going to approve the budget proposals without that particular contract. The issue of KEMSA, we are on it, and as I've said, the issue of NHIF, we have been having meetings with NHIF, and I think really we are making headway. And so, for me, the fact that the previous government did not fix this, the difference between then and now is that the previous government used to talk about how they are fighting corruption, and they used to win their arguments through media and all that. For us, we are acting. When you see the president doing what he did the other day, I think for me that's a demonstration that indeed he's committed. For the first time, a PS was fired 6 months after her assumption of office. Yes, I think really that is, for me, is a statement enough of the commitment of this government to be able to root out corruption within its various parastatals. The only thing we are hoping is that we will go beyond what we are doing and also strengthen these agencies through legislations or through policy decisions. Because when you look at even KEMSA, yes, there's corruption within KEMSA. But again, county governments own KEMSA billions of money. And KEMSA itself is even helpless to be able to push and enforce payment of these monies to the agency.
Why do county governments owe KEMSA so much money? Why?
And why are they
It is because PFM Act as it is, and because of the delay in exchequer, most of these pharmaceuticals are given to the counties through through Madenis.
Through debt.
Through debts. They don't pay promptly. And you see, the PFM Act does not have provision to force county governments to pay KEMSA within the stipulated time frame. And so because of that, you realize KEMSA continues supplying medicine and Medicare to counties, but counties are not paying. And so we need to amend the PFM Act to be able to ensure that there's a provision that provides that if KEMSA supplies to county this particular drugs or medicine or Medicare, the county is supposed to pay KEMSA within this particular period, which is not there. Which is not there within the law. And so the issues around all these agencies, KEMSA included, requires something beyond change of leadership and also change of the laws governing these particular agencies.
So are you saying with the change of the leadership at the helm of KEMSA right now, we've seen a new chairperson, we've seen a reappointment of a new PS, we've seen that new CEO in acting capacity, somebody who has been within the corridors of the health system for a while. Also, what you're saying is that is not enough. That is not going to change the situation. Will there still be another scandal looming even if you change the leadership?
No, I'm not saying that there'll be other scandal. What I'm saying is that we must come together the way we are coming together, Parliament, executive, and all these other stakeholders, to be able to really ask ourselves what are the issues that needs to be addressed to have KEMSA up and running, to have KEMSA live true to its mandate of procuring, of warehousing, and prompt supply and distribution of drugs to our hospitals and to the county government. So now I'm saying, yes, President is doing very well in terms of addressing the issues around the leadership. But again, even as Parliament, we also need to move and look into the laws governing KEMSA, governing NHIF, and all these agencies to ensure that really we fill and seal the loopholes that are being used by these cartels to siphon the public taxes.
As much as there's an appetite to change the leadership or an appetite to talk about corruption, do you think that there is an appetite to plug the holes through which a lot of these corruption activities are taking place? Is there an appetite to really stop this corruption and impunity that we see on a daily basis?
Yes,
Look at the situation today with KEMSA, where 3 million people, probably more, would have access to mosquito nets that could essentially stop the consequences of the killer malaria disease. And here we are, not even sure that is going to happen.
I think from where I sit, there's every reason to trust that there's appetite for us to root out this corruption. Because one, President has said, we want to reduce borrowing. We want to finance our programs through our own local revenue raising. How do you do that if we don't root out corruption? How will we be able to finance our programs locally with our local revenue if we don't root out corruption? Secondly, how will we realize UHC, which the President himself has said, you must be able to have UHC up and running before the close of this year? How will we do that if we don't root out corruption? Because I've told you, KEMSA, government only gives KEMSA around 400 million. The rest of the budget of KEMSA, the development budget of KEMSA largely comes from donors. The Global Fund and all these other donors. How will you be able to win the trust and the confidence of these donors if we don't root out corruption? So I think really there's every reason for us to root out corruption. And there's every reason for the President to do what he can to root out corruption. And really, for me, that's why, on that basis, I trust that there's goodwill. And we've said the previous CS had the president's goodwill. And I think really Susan Nakhumicha has equally president support and goodwill, and even our own committee, so far we are doing very well with her. And so she has every reason, from political goodwill to legislative support, to be able to root out corruption in Afia House.
Which, well, let me give you a perspective. There are those who argue that when one seeks to solve a problem, one must understand what the problem is. That if you try to solve a problem and you do not understand it, then even talking about its genesis and then going into the details of how it is you can solve or resolve it becomes an impossibility. You see, every government that comes in talks about rooting out corruption, and they point out that corruption is the problem, yet corruption is not the problem. The problem is impunity. People know they can get away with doing wrong, so they keep doing wrong. Now, unless it is understood and we believe that that can be done, and the question is, how does it come about? If you look at the way we run our businesses and the way our governments are run, this government, the previous government, it's cronyism, okay? I pick people whom I like, I pick people whom I get along with. By the way, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that politically, because people want to work with people they can trust.
Exactly.
But the problem with that, it leads to something which is worse. It's called crony capitalism, meaning even when it comes to the business of ensuring that the government benefits from the businesses they do, that element of friendship is then interwoven into everything that is done, and within it, there is that protection that breeds and keeps breeding new varieties of impunity. So people know, so long as I'm attached to so and so, nothing's going to happen to me. Now, you are right and you're spot on when you say the action the president took with regards to KEMSA points us in the direction that we're hoping. But then, as Parliament, how do you ensure that these standards, the ethical and moral standards that Chapter 6 was intended to not just convey but to entrench, are there, so that without the president intervening, we know that when someone abrogates this particular way of doing things, then the consequences are dire, and this is what it should be. Because as things stand, just the mere mention that there is wrong doesn't move anybody in this country.
Yes, sir.
Even when people say, look, there's evidence, even when matters go to court, people are still not moved.
Until they are sentenced.
Yes, even when they're sentenced, they're still not moved.
Until they are taken to themselves.
Even when they're taken to themselves, some of them are still not moved. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, it's like they keep saying, we'll go to court, and if we do, they will go to the appellate court. There doesn't seem to be a sense that within the leadership of this country, most of the political, that actually they shouldn't commit wrong, they shouldn't do wrong things. It's like they think that they themselves appear as though they're above the law. So when they commit wrong, you should excuse it and let it go. Now,
exactly.
That is impunity.
That's true.
Let's take a break, because I'd like to come back and open this up a little bit further. We're in at 28 minutes to 9 o'clock, where I want to remind you that we're serving it hot this morning, and tea with As Is Tea from your Kiptagich Tea Estates in Kurusoy South District. Very many options and varieties from this premium Kenyan tea of hibiscus, lemon, tangawizi, ginger, purple tea, and it's great for export. But at the same time, the same is being sold right here in Kenya. From those beautiful tea plains, it's giving you fantastic blend. And I&M reminds you this morning that you have access to Kenya's largest personal loan today. Up to 10 million shillings, I&M says, walk in armed with your payslip and a letter from your employer, and you can have a chat with us about how they can offer you 10 million shillings even, and 96 months, 8 years to pay it back. In addition to that, we're saying today, talk to us on our social media platforms, Spice FM KE on Facebook and Twitter. Tell us what you would do with 5,000 shillings today. And in a short bit, offer that to one winner this morning. It's 26 minutes to 10. Good morning.
This is one of the hottest show that we can never miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives the real situation in the situation room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you are showing us.
Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
Business news brought to you by I&M Bank. Get Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million Kenya shillings from I&M Bank Kenya. Business news is sponsored by I&M Bank. Are you an employee in Kenya? Switch to I&M at Work today and sign up to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan today. We offer loan takeovers and top-ups with tenure recalculated from zero. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali. Close your eyes. Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
Spice up your life.
Business news brought to you by I&M Bank. Get Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million Kenya shillings from I&M Bank Kenya.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The Consumer Federation of Kenya has decried the high cost of fuel, which it says will negatively impact consumers who are already battling high cost of goods and services. COFEX Secretary General Stephen Mutoro says that the hike will have a ripple effect on the prices of electricity, transport, food and health, among others. While it does not support the reinstatement of the fuel subsidy program, Mutoro said this should have been done gradually. The Media Council of Kenya is preparing a data protection and processing policy that will be used by media houses in the country. MCK Chief Executive Officer David Omoyo underscored the importance of data protection when it comes to the code of conduct for the media outlets. The meeting, which brought together media industry stakeholders, sensitized media players on the modalities of instituting internal policies to mitigate data breaches, as well as the need to work with the media for balanced reporting. Microsoft has increased its investment by setting up Azure Active Directory Domain Services, a Microsoft security product in Nairobi. Azure is a 5.5 billion shillings yearly revenue generator with 300,000 enterprise global customers. It is part of the mission of the American tech company to advance tech skills and talent on the African continent through its office in the capital. Britam is looking for a support analyst with a bachelor's degree in science, engineering, or computer science with at least 2 years of experience working in a similar role. Suitable candidates are required to send their CVs and cover letter by 18th of May 2023. Visit jobs.digger.co.ke for more information on these and other jobs. Digger Jobs, your credible and trusted jobs partner.
Business News is sponsored by I&M Bank. Are you an employer in Kenya? Switch to I&M at work today and sign up your employees to Kenya.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
This morning in the Situation Room, we are with Webuye S East MP, and this morning Martin Pepela, and we are really, as a member of the Health Committee at the National Assembly, and with what we are seeing happening at KEMSA, we're asking questions this morning and saying, is new leadership going to solve the problem? And I'm going to come back and ask the question, and maybe you want to answer in a different way. I'm not sure, Mweshimiwa. Is new leadership going to solve the problem?
No, I think I've said, and I still repeat, that KEMSA problems are beyond change of leadership. KEMSA problems are partly leadership, but also partly legislative. There's so much gaps within the law governing KEMSA as established now. And that's why, as a health committee, we are already interrogating that particular act to see to it that we are able to flag out the issues that are creating the loopholes for these scandals and for the cartels to be able to siphon and rob KEMSA. Mm-hmm. And so really, that's why I've previously, even before my committee, I've said, yes, we are working hard to change leadership. We can support the president, but mm-hmm. again, we must also support KEMSA legislative-wise. And that one we are already underway. And we are very soon be tabling some amendments within the KEMSA Act mm-hmm. to be able to ensure that that particular act is strengthened. I've said also beyond the KEMSA Act, there's also the issue of the PFM Act, mm-hmm. which is unable to help KEMSA enforce payment of the outstanding debts by the county governments, which really is running into billions. And if that money is given to KEMSA, it can be able to really see KEMSA up and running. And so that is also important, the PFM Act being amended. And thirdly or fourthly, there's also the need for us together to help win back the trust and the confidence of KEMSA in the public domain and also within our donors. That's why I'm hoping that the new chair, the new chair was been appointed 2 days ago, and the acting CEO, they will also go out of their way to ensure that they win trust and the confidence of our donors and our development partners to continue supporting KEMSA. Because as I said, GOK is not even contributing half of the budget that runs KEMSA. GOK is only supporting KEMSA with around 400 million. So largely KEMSA is donor funded, and those donors needs to believe and trust that KEMSA is open, is accountable, is transparent. So I think really there's so much that needs to be done. And the previous regime, they used to talk so much about how they're fighting corruption. I'm so sure you rarely hear William Ruto talk about fighting corruption.
Well, exactly. I think yes. Exactly.
Yes.
But then why?
It's
I think that's the
because
question.
He believes.
We rarely hear it. So
believes,
why? And it's clear from what you've said, Mweshimiwa, that
believes,
it is a problem.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
So
William believes in winning through action, not through argument.
And so are you saying essentially that the action that we've seen in the last 48 hours is some of the stuff that we're talking about
exactly
now?
Exactly. I'm saying he rarely talks about corruption because he believes he cannot win corruption or fight corruption through arguments. He believes he can win this corruption through actions and the way is doing. So I think really we are hoping, and I know there's so much is going to be done in future. And he made a commitment. You saw the other day when he had State of the Nation address, State House. In fact, he used one sentence to speak about what he's going to do with KEMSA, and you've seen it. So I think really for me, we want to see beyond the president, even Waziri Susan also supporting the move of the president, which we have no doubt that she has what it takes to be able to root out corruption in Afya House and its agencies.
That one is a tall order, my friend. That one. It's a tall order.
If we don't do it, my friends, if we don't do it, UHC will not be achieved. If we don't do it, we will not be able to finance our programs. We will continue borrowing. And we are already in a hole as a country. So fighting corruption is not two-way. We only have one way. We have to do it.
You know, Mheshimiwa, whenever Kenyans talk about fighting corruption, we talk about it in amorphous terms and we generalize it. And yet, the one aspect of impunity that not has only been manifested but has been documented by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, by the Auditor General, and spoken of by the immediate former president and other agencies. People talking about a total of some 700 billion being lost every year. People talking about 2.7 billion being lost every day. You see, these figures tell us that if that hemorrhaging is stopped, see, the cronyism, the process of rewarding, political rewardings with the positions, these things help build impunity.
That's true.
And so the hemorrhaging takes place simply because people know I can fiddle with the taxpayers' money, I can try and fiddle with donor money, and no one is going to do anything about it. Now, if we do not halt this, because halting that, in my opinion, immediately tells us that this money that is being lost will be available. Because if I stop the 2 billion every day, then it means 2 billion is available. Yes. Now, this is money that is lost through government contracts. It is lost through interesting payments that are made, falsified. I mean, all sorts of things which have been, again, documented. Now, yes, the president has fired that first shot we've seen.
Yes.
Now, what we're waiting for is a continuum.
Yes.
But beyond the continuum, it has to be a system that doesn't require the president's intervention for it to work. Because the president is one person.
That's true.
Now, you in parliament, you know, I'm not leaving this one. I'm talking about this one. You, Waheshimiwa, are you willing to help the president fight this fight? Because many of the problems that we have begin and end with you.
I think one thing I agree with you is that Kenya has one of the most robust, most progressive constitution. When you read Article 10 of the Constitution, in terms of values and principles of good governance, they are very clear, very, very progressive, very open. The challenge that for me we face as a country is living true to these values and really calculating them within ourselves. That today, when I'm found even suspected, or even it's alleged that I'm corrupt, I've stolen, I'm supposed to step down even before
anybody tells you to, your conscience should speak to you.
So that is something beyond our constitution. The constitution is clear on that. But is it within ourselves to do it? I remember last time, you remember Munya saying, I better BSG done what? But I cannot do it. I cannot resign.
No, Kimunya.
Yes.
It was almost Kimunya.
Yes.
Over his dead body.
Yes. You see?
He's still alive.
And when his case was so clear.
It's called cut and dried.
So we must now be able to convert these values and ensure that now we we have a culture where people really live true to the aspirations and values of and spirit of these particular values of the constitution. So I think really it's something that is not an event.
What the president can do,
because I can tell you, by the way, what is it that we don't have within our laws?
Actually, we have what it needs, but
Yes.
you see, again, I think I understated this or didn't say it. Where the president plays an important role, he sets the bar.
Yes.
If people who work within government and even the people who are his cronies know that they're not above the law,
yes,
then things change.
Exactly.
Because you will know if it comes within the purview of the law and you're found to have abrogated that very law, then you pay the price for having done so. If that is understood, then the things we're saying, we'll likely see it happening.
Very true.
Yes.
And I think really, President, firing Dr. Josephine Mburu 6 months after her appointment. And I think really, Kibaki never did that, I think. Even Uhuru Kenyatta. This is in itself is historical that appears has been sacked 6 months after her appointment. And I think really that should be a statement enough and a signal to others. Sisi kwetu husema wale ambao wako na tabia kama hiyo that you are not safe unless you work, unless you deliver, unless you are clear on your mandate. So I think for me the challenge we are facing is a challenge of culture. The day when you are close to Martin here, you can do anything and everything because you are shielded from the law, from prosecution. We should not now move away from that, and everybody appreciate that all of us are under the law, and our fidelity to the law should be beyond reproach. And I think also just in culture, the culture of patriotism. That is my country,
but you know,
and I must be able to protect it. I must be able to promote it and ensure that my country is working. So I think really it's something beyond the law.
Absolutely, and what you're saying is laudable, for sure. I mean, when you say that, it's great because then I think that we all want to say, yes, absolutely, what you're saying is right. But then the assumption is that would-be leaders, when they come clamoring, as they will in some years, and come and say, give me your vote, let me go and make some changes, the assumption is that those things that you speak of, these individuals already have them. That somebody who wants to go and serve in a legislative manner, somebody who wants to go and serve in a representative manner, somebody who wants to go and then serve in an oversight manner, right, already imbibes these attributes that you speak of. So when halfway through the game there is the encouragement to have the elements of patriotism or to have the elements of satisfaction and to have the elements of wanting to go and represent your people properly, whether it is by election or appointment, is a bit worrisome. That we have to remind people that these are things that you should have at the position of leadership. Is it not worrisome? I mean, I'm a bit worried.
You see, one for me, why I say it's doable. Let me tell you, one time before my nomination in 2013, I remember when I used to go home, people used to see me as this person with this albino person, this Muzungu. They used to call me all sorts of names. It has not taken the law to change that particular perception of my community about me. It took my nomination for people to appreciate not. Oh, these guys can also are just human beings like us. This guy can also lead. When I wanted to run in 2017, it was so difficult, by the way, because the people used to see me like this person who cannot lead, who's supposed to be at the periphery. But it took my action without changing the law to now change that particular perception. And so, for me, and that's what I can tell you today, when you walk around Webu East, and even live around Webu East, even around the country, today, when a parent gives birth to a child with albinism, it doesn't see him or her as this albino child. When he gives birth, he sees the potential of this child, because there are those who have made it with the same condition. And so for me, what we are discussing is doable as long as a few of us will step up and live true to what we stand for, and the rest will follow. Will follow suit.
I like what you're saying. Do you think, for instance, that within Parliament, because you are the body that vets these individuals, yes, you're laughing again?
Yes, when they come and say, I can do the job.
Yes, I can do the job. And usually, there are people who will have written, have told you, this is what this person said, but this person also done this, and this guy is a wife beater. This person, in fact, FEDA had a case against him. You read all these things, and yet, the person is passed. The person is given the job. Are we saying that between the time that this report comes in and the time you vet this person, they have changed, and you're convinced that everything else that has been said about this person may be true, but it was in the past, and that what we're seeing is a new person?
Of course, within, again, our laws, somebody is innocent before is proven guilty. So, see, it's us again who gave ourselves this constitution. And I think that really, I think where I sit, we overborrowed, and sometimes they're not even applicable within our own scenario as a country. But we have formed government now. There's a cabinet, there are PSS, and as Parliament, I think we made also clear that we will hold them accountable anytime and every time there are issues within their particular their ministry. So I think let's give them the benefit of doubt and support the current regime to be able to deliver. And my prayer and wish also is that the president now, the way he's behaving is working. Let him root out corruption across board. And it should not just end with KEMSA or these other agencies. We want to see a clean government. And even those that you said that at the time of their vetting, they had issues. And of course, one truth is that West, they had issues, but none of them court said convicted them. I think most of them, their cases were still alive. And the law is clear that one is innocent before he's proven guilty. And so we are hoping that they will be able to the benefit of doubt that were given, they'll be able to really demonstrate that they have what it takes to be able to deliver the mandate and the huge responsibility that the people of Kenya
there's a gentleman from the neck of the woods who was pronounced guilty and even sentenced.
Who was sentenced?
One Mheshimiwa Luke. Sentenced. No. It's not pending. He was sentenced. He appealed. Now,
and we didn't hear an uproar. We didn't hear an uproar from Parliament saying, "No, how can such a thing happen that he would want to come back?"
But we also need to be honest. The Honorable Oluke's case, at the time when Oluke was being nominated to run, Parliament was Parliament still on. It was not on.
I'm not even concerned whether it was on or off.
So okay. Parliament was not on, and the time when Oluke was being nominated to run by IBC, and that time it was under Uhuru Kenyatta as president. So, and that's why, and I agree with you. This politics of convenience should also stop, because I remember that time Major shifted to Jubilee to be shielded there, and things went the way they went. So that's why it's our hope that William Ruto will be somehow different and help in the culture of constitutionalism within our system and within our government, that when you are guilty, you are guilty. Indeed. You are not innocent because you are my friend or you are within my party or my coalition or within my fold.
There's no cap on this conversation, that's for sure. It needs to keep being had. And we want to thank you, Mweshimiwa, for joining us this morning in this as we've been able to start opening this up. And it's one can hope against hope. Martin Pepela is the Webuye East MP and also a member of the National Assembly Committee on Health. We've come to the end of Kenya's biggest conversation for this Thursday. We're going to remind you as we go that Tuna Jalin at IMF and Ednah Kurgat Edo gets 5,000 shillings this morning. As she says, my pressing issue this morning is I have been battling asthma since I was 2 and now I'm 27. It's getting worse and I need to go for my checkup every day. And INM is giving you that 5,000 shillings this morning. So congratulations to you. We'll get in touch as that opens up. Tomorrow's biggest conversation starts at 6 a.m. Thanks for joining us. It's 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. President William Ruto and the Singaporean Prime Minister Lee Loong will be meeting at State House today. The discussion between the two leaders will focus on topics of shared interest, particularly strategies for enhancing trade and investment facilitating between their two respective countries. Prime Minister Lee arrived in Kenya yesterday. Kenya and Singapore enjoy positive diplomatic relations and maintain a cooperative partnership, collaborating in diverse areas such as trade, investment, education and technology. This as head of state has urged Sudan's warring generals to stop with the nonsense and call for a rethink of the African Union to better address conflicts in the continent. Around 1,000 people have been killed and nearly 1 million displaced in Sudan since battles between Army Chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan and his former deputy Mohamed Hamdan Dagalo, who leads a paramilitary force, erupted in April. The United Nations has said more than $3 billion will be needed to provide urgent aid in the conflict-ravaged nation, where 1 person in 3 already relied on humanitarian assistance before the war. And elders from northern Kenya have applauded President William Ruto for nominating the Director of Public Prosecutions Nurin Haji as the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. The elders convened a press briefing in Town, emphasizing that Haji's nomination is a direct outcome of his unwavering dedication, strong commitment and impressive track record of delivering results throughout the years. President Ruto has officially submitted the nomination to Parliament for approval, indicating his trust in the process. Should Haji receive parliamentary approval, he will rejoin the spy agency, having previously served as the Deputy Director of the Counter-Organized Crime Unit 6 years ago. The High Court in Nyeri is today set to issue a judgment in the murder trial of a police officer who shot and killed a stonemason over a beer 7 years ago. Police Constable Chibungu Sanga, formerly attached to Mukurweini Police Station, is on trial for the 2015 murder of Gregory Kingori Kanyi at Kiriti Village in Mukurweini sub-county within Nyeri County. The officer was arrested and charged following investigations and recommendations by the Independent Policing Oversight Authority. Now, IPO's investigations revealed that on February 22, 2015, Kanyi was involved in a physical fight with a police officer identified as Constable Huja Masharia at a bar in Mukurweini. 2 weeks later, on the night of March 7th, Constable Huja and his colleagues PC Bakari Sanga and PC Martin Ireri broke into Kanyi's house at 3 a.m., which was a stone's throw away from the station, allegedly to effect his arrest. Instead, the constable shot him. Kanyi's body was found at their coffee plantation the following morning with a bullet wound on his chest. In attempts to prove the case against the police officer, the prosecution adduced evidence through 14 witnesses. An Interior CS Kithure Kindiki is expected in Baringo County for the pass out of police reservist officers. This while tension remains high in Luruk area in Baringo North after bandits raided, shooting 1 person and seriously injuring him. Over 300 cows were driven away towards Parker Hills in Tiati. The bandits, who were heavily armed, struck while the cows were grazing. They started shooting indiscriminately, forcing herders to run away. Police who engaged the bandits in a fierce shootout were overpowered as bandits made away with the loot. And private universities have welcomed the government's new funding model for higher education institutions, which will see scholarship offered only to students who join public universities. In a notice in the local dailies, the Kenya Association of Private Universities said they were involved in the discussion surrounding the development of the new model and noted that all students will be placed into both private and public universities as per individual choices. The private universities said the courses offered in both their institutions and public universities will be available on the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services portal for selection by all students. This is due to the government's delinking of students placed by KUCCPS from funding under the new model. And a junior secondary school teacher has been arrested and arraigned at the Kajiado Law Courts for allegedly sodomizing his 16-year-old nephew. The accused, 30-year-old George Sane, was presented before Principal Magistrate Edgar Kagoni. He was charged with sodomizing the student on diverse days between April 2023 and December last year, when the boy underwent circumcision and was placed under his care. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. More of the classics and the hits you love.
Let's get it drunk up on that fun up in this dance.
Miss Jackson. Classics and the hits you love.
You played the best music.
94.4.
Estoy loca. Change. Just tell me that you understand and feel the same. This perfect romance that I've created in my mind. I'd live 1,000 lives, each one with you right by my side. But yet we find ourselves in a less than perfect circumstance. And so it seems like we'll never have the chance. Ain't it funny how some feelings you just can't deny, and you can't move on even though you try. Ain't it strange when you're feeling things you shouldn't feel? Oh, I wish this could be real. Ain't it funny how a moment could just change your life, and you don't wanna face what's wrong or right? Ain't it strange how fate can play a part in the story of your heart? Sometimes I think that a true love
spice and everything nice. 94.4 Spice FM.
So different being here. I was so used to being next to you. Life for me is not the same. There's no one to turn to. I don't know why I let it go too far. Starting over, it's so hard. Seems like everywhere I try to go, I keep thinking of you. I just had a wake-up call, wishing that I never let you fall. Maybe you were not to blame at all, when I'm the one that pushed you away. Maybe if you knew I cared, you'd never went nowhere. Girl, I should have been right there. How do I breathe without you here by my side? How will I see when your love brought me to the light? Where do I go when your heart's where I lay my head? When you're not with me, how do I breathe? How do I breathe? Girl, I'm losing my mind. Yes, I made a mistake. I thought that you would be mine. Guess the joke was on me. I miss you so bad I can't sleep. I wish I knew where you could be. Another dude is replacing me. God, this can't be happening. I just had a wake-up call, wishing that I never let you fall. Maybe you were not to blame at all, when I'm the one that pushed you away. Maybe if you knew I cared, you'd never went nowhere. Girl, I should have been right there. And I wonder, how do I breathe without you here by my side? How will I see when your love brought me to the light? Where do I go when your heart's where I lay my head? When you're not with me, I said, how do I breathe? How do I breathe? I should have brought my love home, girl. But baby, I ain't perfect, you know. The grind has got it tight. Oh, girl, come back to me, 'cause girl, you made it hard to breathe when you're not with me. Tell me, how do I breathe without you here by my side? How will I see when your love brought me to the light? Where do I go? Where do I go? I lay my head. How do I breathe? How do I breathe without you here by my side? How will I see? How will I see you leave me, baby? Where do I go? When your heart's where I lay my head? When you're not with me.
The greatest hits live here. Spice FM.
Imagine your unsecured personal loan application has been approved. Imagine all the things you can do and buy. Imagine all the life goals you can achieve. Now stop imagining. Talk to your employer to switch to I&M at Work and get access to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million shillings. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
What up, y'all? It's your man Black Tie, aka Tyrese.
Spice.
Listen live, online, 24/7, right here.
Spice 94.4. More of the classics and the hits you love.
It just makes me feel good. There's no other station in this city I listen to, man. This is it.
We are Spice FM.
I like them girls. Check it out.
Get a call from my crew this weekend, talking about a party, said it's gon' be crackin'. Since I'ma drive the Porsche, I tell them push the bins. Cause when it's over, straight parking lot pimpin'. And once I find my keys to the ride, hit the spot around 11:45. Cause everybody know that's when it gets hot. Tonight I'm gonna find a little shorty for a play at a copy, yeah. Hot girl for me, yeah. Sexy little mama, yeah. Knows how to turn me on, freak me from the night to the early morning. What you want? She see a baby girl, don't run, no. Hair fly, the nails done, look if she got one. That's the kind I like. I like them girls that stick like me. I like them girls in the fly Gucci, rolling deep in the 6, party on the wrist, like them big, small waist with the big old hips. I like them girls in the driving lane. That's the kind of girl I need. Out the corner of my eye, spot a shorty, eyes so bright, baby, lighting up the party. She got the Prada fitting right on her body. 36, 24, why could I let it pass me? I posted with the game on time. Use the kind of flavor I like. She said what's up later tonight. I'm gonna do whatever feels right to you. I need a hot girl, baby, a sexy little mommy. Knows how to turn me on, freak me from the night till the early morning. Knows what she wants. She see a baby girl, run, no. Hair flies and nail done, if she got a one, that's the kind I like. Only deep in the 6, party on the red side. So big, small head, no.
We taking over this year. We taking over this year. Tyrese, underdogs. Check it out.
What I see in you, baby. Gucci, Cardi on the red side, with the big old hips. When it get light, it's all about you, baby. That's the kind of girl I need, yeah. Sing it one more time for me, my baby. Call me, kind of girl I need.
I like them girls. Check it out.
Get a call from my crew this weekend, talking about a party, said it's gon' be crackin'. Since I'ma drive the Porsche, I tell them push the bins.
Don't try to explain your mind, I know what's happening here. 1 minute it's love and suddenly it's like a battlefield. One word turns into war. Why is it the smallest things that tear us down? My world's nothing when you're gone. I'm out here without a shield, can't go back now. Both hands tied behind my back with nothing. Oh no, these times when we climb so fast to fall again. Why we gotta fall for it now?
play the best music.
More of the classics and the hits you love. Spice FM.
A pilot was laid off, he came to a policeman, he messed up.
He went from a pilot to a policeman.
Exactly.
He stole a jet.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be lucky he was not court-martialed.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Indeed, it's all about hashtag Spice Drive, hashtag Quatch KWACH, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Damn.
Spice up your life.
Come on, come on, yeah, come on, yeah, come on,
Don't be tripping when you see us in the club. Just show a little love, represent your side like me. 'Cause round here, if you slip, you get your hot one. Couple of them down one. Belvedere in the rear of the club, pulled up on dubs, and we about to go and buy the bar up. So for sure we ain't playing, hang with no lames, walk insane. Hey, where the party at? Girls is on the way, where the Bacardi at? Yes we do. Bottles and models talking all of that. You know I can't forget about my love. Where the party at? And all my girls. Where the party at? I'm in the club. Where the party at? If the party's where you're at, let me say. In their best outfit, just showing that skin, trying to make it on the spit. Where you been, girl? You and your friend need to come to the back. We got it locked down. Your white t-shirt or a three-piece suit, don't matter what you wear. All that matters is who you with. Some jiggy, some straight grind. All up in the club just to have a good time. Hey, where the party at? Girls is on the way, where the Bacardi at? Bottles and models talking all of that. No, I can't forget about my love. Where the party at? Where the party at? Where the party at? If the party's where you're at, let me hear you say.
Someone wears fucking right around 1:30. Never get there too early, coming as is. Do rags and Timbs, I'm rolling past his. This little Jag and Benz with the rolls, not the one with the stem, the one with the rims, the one that seem to make more enemies than friends. I'm sliding in past those. Both eyes closed, both arms rose, both charms rose with the SOSODE.F. Buying bottle. Up to there ain't none left. I'm quick to go left. I plays with no rep. I jams more than death, baby. Show me the club. I'm like, hey, whatever car they at, come and mix it with the crisp, baby. What's wrong with that? We in the VIP twisted, downright two-way. Ooh, they make it like they missed it.
Come on. Hey, where the party at? Girls is on the way, where the Bacardi at? Bottles and models talking all of that. You know I can't forget about my love. Where the party at? And all my girls. Where the party at? Off in the club. Where the party at? If the party's where you're at, let me hear you say. Side, just put your hands up, throw 'em up. Everybody put your hands up, throw 'em. When the beat comes back around, everybody do the east side, run this mother for ya. Hell yeah. Do my south side, run this mother for ya. Hell yeah. And them haters ain't hitting on, ain't talking about her, and they look like the party's where you're at, let me say.
Timeless and greatest hits you love. Spice FM. We are Spice FM.
There's always that one person that will always have your heart. You never see it coming 'cause you're blinded from the start. Know that you're that one for me. It's clear for everyone to see. Ooh, baby.
Yeah. You gotta rock and wait in this one. Come on. See, I don't know about y'all, but I know about us. And
it's the only way we know how to rock.
I don't know about y'all, but I know about us. And
it's the only way we know how to rock. Do you remember, girl? I was the one who gave you your first kiss. 'Cause I remember, girl, I was the one who said, put your lips like this. Even before all the fame and people screaming your name. Girl, I was there, and you were my baby. It started when we were younger, you were mine. My boo. Now another brother's taking over, but it's still in your eyes. My boo. Even though we used to argue, it's alright. It's alright, girl, that's alright. I know we haven't seen each other in a while, but you will always be mine. I was in love with you when we were younger, you were mine. My boo. And I see it from time to time, I still feel like my boo. That's my baby. You see it no matter how I try to hide. My boo. And even though there's another man who's in my life, you will always be mine. Yes, I remember, boy, 'cause after we kissed, I could only think about your lips. Yes, I remember, boy, the moment I knew you were the one I could spend my life with. Even before all the famous people screaming your name, I was there, and you were my baby. It's time when we were younger, you were mine. You were mine. Now another brother's taking over, but it's still in your eyes. Even though we used to argue, it's alright. It's alright. It's okay. We haven't seen each other in a while, but you will always be mine. With you when we were younger, you were mine. And I see it from time to time, I still feel like it's in your eyes. And you can see it no matter how I try to hide. It's alright now. It's okay. You know there's another. We haven't seen each other. You will always be mine. Oh, my oh, my oh, my boo. My oh, my oh, my oh, my oh, my boo.